y'all doing? What am I getting up to today? All kinds of stuff. I'm gonna need calipers. Dude, they're on this desk. Soda over here. Caffeine. Ball up the multimeter. Get all this stuff out of the way. I got parts on the way for the RC car stuff, but I'm pretty much in a holding pattern until they get here, which is Monday. So Tuesday, we can spend some time building a circuit. Hopefully I can get the H-bridge motor controller working all off of N-channel MOSFETs, which should be interesting because N-channels, I mean, my understanding was H-bridge needed a P-channel and an N-channel, but these are, I've got chips that'll allow me to use an N-channel as a high-side driver, which I think is, I guess it's okay. I guess it's okay to do. You use an N-channel MOSFET to drive the positive load of something. It's more economic, apparently. I think N-channels have higher current ratings, too. But, like, this is all spurning from the issue that we had of the FETs not really being able to run off of CMOS power. See, the FETs that I bought are really small. They're awesome. But they are designed not to run off of CMOS. So you need to have a source current or something like that that's like several factors larger in order to drive them properly. Even though field effect transistors are all about voltage and they should be able to run off of CMOS pretty easily, apparently they don't run well off of CMOS. You want to have them really get switched hard, and then they'll be able to provide enough current. They'll be able to open up properly. It's all about the physics of the silicon. So having a driver in there might be a necessity, which possibly explains what DOS Micro was doing with that weird chip in there, aside from doing a level inversion, which I know a lot of people don't really know what I'm talking about here. I'm so deep into the RC car and H-bridge motor driver circuits that I don't think it's very easy to keep up with. It's hard for me to explain this stuff from the beginning when you've been sort of embroiled in it for so long. I've been marinating in it for so long that it's in my bones. And for Christ's sake, I studied motors in college. I should know this stuff. Alright, get all this stuff out of the way. I want a clean bench for this. Got some work to do today. Wait, why is this like that? This new stream layout stuff. Yeah, it doesn't let me, it center justifies all the little things at the top, the little monitoring things. So it's like you have to have them all if you want to push something all the way to one side. How do I save it? All right, so that works. There's like a new, I don't know if you know about this, Leb, but there's a new like layout management thing where you have to like save. So if I go into edit, I can edit where all this stuff is, but in order to get my views all the way to the left, I have to add all of these because they center justify. And then to save it, I guess I have to go up to this save button. I didn't think that was there. I thought I had to hit rename every time I wanted to save it. But yeah. What happened with that is that they changed it, and now all of my stuff goes to a shitty default every time. Hey, tomorrow or Tuesday? Well, you know, health-wise, I don't know if I'm gonna be up to tomorrow. So let's go with Tuesday. Yeah, sorry I didn't tell you about that earlier. Yeah, we'll go with the Tuesday stream because I'm waiting for parts. I don't really have much to do. We could do 2 days of me taking stuff apart, or I could try to get my system up to stream games again. but I really want to finish this computer case before that. Yeah, 4 years, 48 months. And you used it to ask me about your job, which is, man, everybody thank Octojay, because he's been, for 4 years, he's been doing this stuff, just like thankless job of updating all this stuff, just because he's my friend. Like, that's amazing. Thank you. I seriously, thank you. All right, let's put Octojay up on the board. Up, 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 and up, 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 up. I'm like 1,000 miles away from the computer right now, so your adding me is not really going to even help you. Actually, even just adding me on this channel at all, unless there's a big raid, is completely pointless. We've already explained when I'd get another board. You should know that by now. When would you get a new board? Octojay, 48 months. Holy fucking shit. Welcome, 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 welcome. Dewey, not to be outdone, 43 months, saying mods burn only. That's right. How did you... Oh, you did brother. That's how you did it. I ain't your brother. Dewey didn't... You gotta go real early because the API is slow as hell. 43 months. Was that 43? I think so. I'll check when I get back. 43 and 48. I have been streaming for over 48 months. See, the thing is, when you start streaming, it helps to have like a core of a couple people who will come hang out for you. Just, you know, sitting there on your stream with the volume up a little bit, at least 3 people, because that way you can affiliate faster. And Octojay was one of those people who helped kind of kick my stream off. And once I got the ability to have subscribers, he subbed. So really 48 months plus a couple. And then Dewey came along because I talked to him during a Rapaz stream and he hasn't left since. I don't know what it is. I said one thing to him and he wouldn't leave. I don't even know how he got mod. He just like randomly got it. Oh, opportune place, Dewey. I'm sorry. I don't make these decisions. Yeah, the API really is getting slower. I don't know. Like a little while ago, it got very, very slow, and it just hasn't recovered from this. Lead hacker mod powers. I don't think we're gonna need thermals for this. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to repair this. This is why I put big brain in the title. Hype train is close. This is a new one. Check this one out. This is a new little alert that they decided to take up some of my screen space with, which they really shouldn't be able to do, is take up more of my screen space. I need all I can get. I don't have a vertical monitor to put you guys there. You guys see this too? This is shit. This is shit. I'm gonna cough. I'm gonna come. Do not come. Do not come. That stupid meme we were quoting all during that computer build. One more person needs to sub, gift, or use bits. Wow! Octojay, thank you for using bits. That was super cool of you. What kind of sadistic man doesn't have dark mode on Twitch? Listen, you fucker. I have to look at this. This is what I get to look at. This is the reality of streaming. Is that you get a lot of really fucking bright lights right in your face. Right? I don't sit in a dungeon like most of you. I don't sit in a weird leaky basement dungeon I have big, goddamn bright lights in my eyes. So light mode is every little bit of what I can do to be able to actually comprehend what the fuck you guys are talking about in chat. My dungeon is above ground. Thank you very much. Dungeon stream. There is a dungeon portion of this basement. You guys would probably actually be interested in it because it's where all my storage is. All right. I gotta figure out when I'm gonna give bolus for my hoagie. You guys want to know what's been going on with me? I had a situation where I got very close to... those of you who've been around for a while, those of you who've been subbed for like 48 months will know this. The situation that got me into the hospital last time almost happened again. And it's my hypothesis and sort of it's sort of more or less been proven, is that the drug that I have that blocks sugar and salt, it's a type 2 diabetes medication. It's been paying dividends for me, right? And keeping my glucose levels perfect. But if I get too much of it, it has a detrimental effect. And that detrimental effect is that I'm not getting carbs. And if I don't get carbs, my pump backs off on insulin. And if I don't get insulin, I risk going DKA. Even for like a couple hours, I risk going DKA. And so I believe what may have been happening is that earlier in the week, last week before last, I forget, I didn't take the medication. And, oh shit, didn't take the med. That's why I've been hyperglycemic for a little while. So I took it later in the day. And the next day I took it in the morning like I normally do. Centennial, thank you for subbing for 2 months with a Prime. Hey, that's awesome. Prime doesn't remind you of whether or not you should sub. Everybody who subs with Prime, make sure to check your Primes, because they'll run out randomly. I have a certain streamer that I give my Primes to, and when that runs out, I'm like, oh shit, I don't have my Prime emotes. So yeah, it's important to keep up with that. Let's put Centennial up on the board. But yeah, so my theory is that I double dosed, I got too much of it, didn't get enough insulin, and then you know, I kept taking it for the rest of the week, and then I didn't notice that I got like an increase of heartburn and my stomach wasn't draining. The draining of the stomach thing is one of the set-offs for that condition. It's like I'll feel like I am completely inflated and just not eat. And then not eating also cascades on that because I'm not getting insulin. So my strategy over the past 48 hours, I believe it was, is powdered Gatorade. I drank 6 liters of powdered Gatorade. 6 liters. And I gave I gave little bits of insulin as my glucose level could tolerate. My glucose level didn't even go up. I was drinking scads of powdered Gatorade. Nothing was happening. I just had to resubscribe. It never tells us. Yeah, I told you. Centennial, welcome. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. But yeah, anyway, that was, I had to stay up till 5. I had to monitor myself yesterday. Today, I'm just barely out of the woods. So we'll do a nice easy stream today. And then I'm not gonna stream tomorrow because you know, I'm obviously not 100% yet. I'll be fine next week. Or dead. Doesn't matter. Either one. Maybe I'll be dead. But bam! I said fix, but I don't know if I'll be able to. We'll see what happens to this. If I can't handle this thing, if I can't like fix it or see anything that's obviously wrong with it, then I think Lone Star and I are gonna divvy up the parts and I'll ship whatever back to him. But if I can fix it, I might send it back to him just because it's such a nice piece of equipment and I don't think I have any use for it. And also shipping between New York and Philadelphia is not that difficult to do. My policy for never sending anything back and the fact that if you send it here, it's garbage, still stands. Because I don't know where y'all are from and shipping is expensive as hell. But I really hope to honor. The one thing that I feel really bad about is that Gen 2, the index tracker that I got sent. I feel really bad about not taking that apart. I don't want to cut it. I really don't want to cut it. It's such a nice thing. I'm hoping to get a set of Gen 2 trackers at some point when I have $300 to spend and setting those up in here. The thing about those trackers is you have to put a like a smart switch on them, because the power save settings cause problems with the Vive, I guess, or sorry, the index. They cause problems with the index, and if you have them on permanently, it's like such a waste of electricity. You're constantly spinning a hard drive. This is just the FTL soundtrack, so I don't have to like constantly give credit to the music that I'm using. It leaves these big open spots in this period of time when we're just hanging out. So those of you that don't know, I'm currently waiting on parts. The parts that we're waiting for are part of the H-bridge controller for the RC car stuff. This is one version of the H-bridge controller that I dropped. These chips, so far as I know, are designed to run off of CMOS power, so 0 to 5 volts. Whereas the ones that I got, these guys right here, are not designed to run off of 0 to 5 volts. So these need a driver, and the driver kicks up the voltage. The driver kicks up the voltage a lot and allows the MOSFET to fully switch. That's probably the reason why we didn't see the motor come up to full speed through the MOSFETs. It was actually really pathetic. So I'm hoping, I bought a couple MOSFET driver chips. They're 1.2 millimeter by 1.2 millimeter. That's like really, really small. It's really small. So I'm hoping those will drive these properly. And the thing is, that's the driver for an N-channel MOSFET. So apparently it can drive a high side N-channel MOSFET. So I can have 4 N-channel MOSFETs on the motor driver, barring any weird electrical nonsense that I didn't think of. We'll see how that goes. I'll whip up some circuits, whip up some of these little daughter boards in order to figure out whether or not that actually works. If it does, it means 4 more components on my board, which is not a huge deal, but yeah, 4 more components. It also means I don't need those transistors. I'm gonna burp. Woo, that was a good one. Oh, this one's a little too intense. Hold on. Bump-a-dump-a-dump-a-dump-a-dump. There we go. I need the explore music. Kindergarten Kitten, 13 months. Hell yeah. Thank you, Kindergarten Kitten. Let's put you up on the board. Oops. It's the wrong view. It's the wrong view. It's the wrong view. There we go. Wow, that placed instantly for a name as long as that. So I've been binging Cranktown City's YouTube channel. That guy, I love that guy. He does everything fast and loose, and he does a lot of similar stuff to what I do. You guys should check that out if you get a chance. I'm trying to figure out where he's from. I think he's got to be from New England somewhere. It's got to be New England. Just his vernacular and everything. But that's his business. Oh my god. Oh my god. Sir Fugglesang is being absolutely obliterated by Kindergarten Kid. What is up with that? Cranktown City is the name. Oh my god. That is probably the worst example of a collision that we've had in a long time. I mean, what happened to Sir Fugglesang, you know? That wasn't from that long ago. Man, that's bad. You think, like, maybe the database isn't writing or something? It shouldn't be, like, getting rolled back or anything. How would it justify that? Because it's not like, you know, Notes and Volts is right there. Fatanon just burnt to that area. Why would it have placed there? Fatanon just let it happen, yeah. That's a bad one. That's a really bad one. Because, like, I mean, there's a chance that it, like, fit in a weird way, but not like that. That's a blatant, it's really bad. We're gonna have to revisit that code a little bit and figure out what the hell's going on. I don't know how we could maybe visualize what's going on there. I think it would be good if it printed some images along the way, maybe debugging PNGs or something like that. That's something for us to work out. So we'll put a pin in that. We need to, I mean, obviously it's a big problem, so we'll need to figure out what's going on with our collisions. Yeah, unit testing, I guess you could call it. We'll have to make a miniature board in software and have it just print out a couple images as we test along the way. Because, like, we can't, something we did broke collision testing. I had a good system. The way that it works right now is the Pillow imaging library will render an image in memory. So when we create the new name that's designed to go into memory, if I understand correctly, we create the new name that's designed to go in memory and we blur it just a little bit. And that way there are gray pixels surrounding it. So we've made a border around the name. And so that border around the name is a little keep out area. And as it tests individual pixels to see whether or not they collide, the gray pixel will collide with probably the black pixel of the name that's already on the board. So if the name already on the board is tightly defined, the name going in is blurred and spread out a little bit to give it a radius. We used a very, very subtle blur on our recent one because we wanted things to be more compact. So that's part of what I want to blame, but maybe the problem doesn't even exist there. Maybe it exists somewhere else. So, I don't know. What power are we taking here? Okay. Plug this thing in. I wanted there to be the possibility of having a name fully inside of the name, but the problem is that our letters at their largest size and their smallest size don't really fit within one another. There's a possibility back when God, who was an admin of Twitch and a friend of Rabaz, was hanging around the channel, we could have had God go in and possibly be inside of one of the openings of a name, but I think a 4-character name potentially will not fit inside of the largest size opening of another name. Yeah, maybe there are errors with the Pillow library. I remember God. Yeah. Yeah, I think he got pissed off at Twitch and just left. I'm not sure, though. Let's see. Oh, yeah, power cord. Power cord. I had one kicking around. There it is. Twitch is pretty godless. Yeah. Yeah, it is too bad, because he seemed fun. I never really got to know him very much. I'm gonna burp. Okay, I burped. A day of debug images? Yeah, maybe. I don't think that deserves logging. I think it's more that we'll take a couple. I don't know. I don't know if I should call it unit testing because I don't know what that is. He lurks in Bob's channel. Yeah, okay. Oh well, let's not dox his habits. I don't want people finding God. I want to hear the burps and unfollow for nothing. Look, OnlyFans is closing down and we're only going to see a wave of that fucking bullshit around here, right? Twitch is going to become intolerable in the next at October. So let's not solicit burps from your intrepid streamer. If you want to hear somebody burp all the time, why don't you go and watch Adam Plays or something? Because he burps his fucking head. Like, I could map his larynx using just the tones. Let's not promote the site that's taking up the mantle of OnlyFans, huh? Well, it didn't explode. Oh my god, it's making some noises. It just went brrrr. Record me something. Nope. That made some noises. I'm gonna unplug this. Only porps. Yeah, Tumblr like dropped off the map. But Tumblr at least kind of had other content, but not really. This is literally like that has like one purpose, and it wasn't the purpose the creator intended. A friend of mine was saying it's the banks that do this kind of stuff, where they impose a moral standard onto the company. Although it does seem like the creator didn't intend for the company to be like it was. Banks and investors, yeah. All the execs, I swear it's a racket. It's a racket. The investors come in, they hire, they put their execs on the board. Those execs say, look, this is what we do. And then they make off like fucking bandits onto the next company that they're going to tank. So. And the owner of the place is like, cool, man, I just made a cool couple billion zillion dollars. I'm out. On to the next phenomenon. Yep. Actually hurts the free market a little bit, right? What can you do? I don't have anything to show from the next couple from the last couple days. I got nothing. Usually I'll have something to like show. Something that I worked on in the interim. I don't have that today. I'm just here. It's weird, right? Should have been working on that computer, but I was a little concerned about myself over the past couple days. So, yeah, I got nothing. We're pretty much where we left off last time. Just gonna start my own YouTube with porn and gore. Yeah, but then you're like, whatever it is, the status gets revoked and you start getting sued by everybody. Lawsuits will tank you if you do that. All right, I'm just gonna get started. We might as well just get started with this thing, right? It's 1 o'clock. It's like early for me to start, but whatever. Might as well get to the good part. I love this game. FTL is a classic. Kind of want to get back to that. All right, so start soon off. I have like a burp brewing, and I don't think it's gonna come up anytime soon, but it's like I feel the carbonation deep in my stomach. Fantastic, right? Wait a minute. Any second now. Either that or I'm just gonna puke all over everything. All right, so Theotherlonestar sent me in this thing. What the hell is this thing? It's like a Fisher-Price rack mount unit, right? It's like everything's like big and soft on this. It's like an easy. Hold on. Here's the burp. When I have that, I jump up and down. That's practically what I should have done. Oh man, there's an aftershock. Okay, so it's kind of like an 8-track. It's not quite an 8-track. It's designed to take a couple of SSDs. This is my stand-in for an SSD. It's just a platter drive from an old laptop. But these things plug in here, and this thing was used. Hey, thanks you for the follow. Thanks you for this follow. This thing is a rack mount device. It was used professionally. I think in the New York Times. I'm not sure. It was like for recording interviews or something. But this is a video and audio recording device, and it is designed to have a little bit of internal. I think it has internal storage. But what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to plug in a couple of SSDs, and this thing will record whatever is sent to it to one of the disks very, very fast, and then switch over to the other one when it's necessary. It even has a little lighting that goes around the disk in order to record to it. So this is a big professional recorder, right? It stopped working. I wonder why. Well, actually, I do wonder why. That's why we're going to take it apart. So this thing stopped functioning. It's got a little OLED screen on it that I'd really like to get running again. It clearly doesn't work right now. I mean, if I plug this thing in to power, to AC, it will briefly light up, and then maybe we'll hear it, maybe not. No. Okay. It made some horrible noises the last time I powered it up, like a couple minutes ago. It made some horrible like noises that were really, really bad. You can plug this thing into Ethernet, and you can access it remotely on the network if need be. And supposedly that's the only way to really get into it and to see what it's doing. What moving parts would that even have to make noise? That I don't know. I'm wondering if there's an internal drive. That would be the only, but it would be a solid state because this thing is all about recording quickly. So why would it make that? That's a really good question. Why would it make that? It doesn't make any noise. It doesn't have a fan. There's no, well, there's a vent right there. Maybe there's one blower fan on it. That would make sense. What's next to the Ethernet? Firewire. And then you've got HDMI in and out. Actually, is that mini? No. It says it has a USB logo over it. So maybe it's like one of those hedonistic newer, I think it's I want to say Firewire. Oh wait, no, that's USB. Yeah, I want to say Firewire because it's got a little lightning bolt. Yeah, it might be mini DP. I have cables for that. Not that I need it. How old is it? Man, I don't know. There's no date on the back. We can find out when we look at the circuit boards. It's probably had a pretty rough life, seeing as it was used in studio stuff in New York. But yeah, this is the Theotherlonestar sent this in, and I think as a result, the Theotherlonestar sending this in, you guys should really check out his channel if you get a chance. The Theotherlonestar. Thunderbolt? Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. They would make it have some Apple ridiculous thing. But yeah, this guy's all the big professional video inputs. Oh, thank you, Dewey. Yeah, no, you see BNC in production because BNC plugs in and it really plugs in. It doesn't unplug. It doesn't unplug. So YBRY is the format, and in A, in B, so SD, HD, 3G, 6G, SDI is the input. It takes the MIDI plugs for timecode and audio. So MIDI is being used to give like a timecode to everything. Guys are just naming stuff that I'm talking about. Maybe I should just point to stuff, and you guys just say what it is in chat, and that's how we'll run it. I'll just do like a text to speech in chat. All right. So bunch of very obvious screws on the outside here. So our job is simple. We're just gonna try to get the top panel off. That's pretty easy, right? All right, so I need a big screwdriver. Now I got a new screwdriver kit. And I'm not sponsored by these fuckers at all. I think this maybe was too big. I think this maybe was too many bits. I got the big $60 iFixit kit. I probably should have gotten the smaller one because I don't see myself, like if I really need to get a lot of torque, maybe. Never too many bits. This is too many bits. This is definitively too many bits because I'm not going to use 3/4 of these. Some of the security ones are okay in here, but I mean, it's like, there's only so much I can do with a kit like this. Anyway, so I bought this big ridiculous thing at the behest of my friends, and I don't know. I don't know if I like it. The little one has all of the really microscopic bits, and then this little one doesn't have any of the larger bits coming with it. So like I have to use the big screwdriver if I use something for these screws. I don't like that. This is a good size. You know, like my Worths go larger than this thing, and the Worths have a thinner handle. Ridiculous. Now you don't have to use a flat screwdriver to undo tri-wings. I was doing that just to show that you don't need something like this. Lathe and adapter. No. I think there is an adapter from the smaller one to the larger one. I don't know where it is. I think it might be in here. I don't know. It just seems a little silly to me that, like, for screws that aren't that big, I have to use this chonkin' thing. But yeah, this is nice and there might be a bearing on this. I'm not sure. It's pretty smooth. If it had tri-lobe and 5-wing, I mean, it does have tri-lobe. That would be, well, the old one did. Where the heck they are? Oh, it's got like the little like offset like Nazi one, and then there's the 3. These are the tri-lobes. I don't know about 5-wing. I don't know what that is. There's some weird ones too. Some weirdos. 5-wing. These are 6. You know, most of this crap is just friggin' stick a flathead in there and it'll work. Stick a flathead in it. It's not that hard. Is the color okay on this? I'm gonna run the calibration on this again. Yeah, I guess it's all right. Socket adapters. Yeah, these are incredibly useful if you're doing like if you're doing electrical stuff. Epsilon ping, epsilon ping, 17 months. Once I hear the board move, I'll start moving. When I move, you move, just like that. Yeah. So the socket adapters are really useful in electrical stuff because, like, if you're mounting a switch onto something, it will have a nut on it that's very large. And that very large nut is a pretty common socket size that you can potentially get over the entire switch and then tighten up properly. One of the best ways to do it is with these screwdriver bits so that you don't have to have a ratchet in your toolkit. I can undo a lot of screws without messing them up with a flathead. Anything's possible. Zombocom. Epsilon! Welcome to the board. You're by Buttfuggler 420. And Second Egg. Pretty sure this is the same person. Welcome to the board. All right, back to this. Back to dish. Let's get the top off of this thing, and we can answer some of those questions from earlier, like how old is it, or does it work? Well, it clearly doesn't work. The screen doesn't turn on. So, and the other thing is like, you know, are the caps busted? Typically, it's the caps, but I know Lone Star's looked at this thing already. I don't know to what end because I don't want spoilers. So. I don't know what Lone Star has seen. What is Lone Star eyes have seen? Legolas, what do your elven eyes see? Wow, buddy, racist. Okay. Geez, what do your human eyes see, you piece of shit? You racist. The variety of screw bits is a testament to how shitty humanity is to itself for no reason. It's more like standardizations and how many different standards there can be. Because Phillips head was designed to cam out when over-torqued. It was designed as a factory tool back when they considered screws were made out of stuff that are stronger than paper mache, unlike now, when they're built as cheaply as possible. But Phillips head stuck around for a long time. Torques are probably the vastly superior fastening type due to their distribution of force. But, you know, and then flatheads are just hedonistic and old. They're just easy to machine. So, hey, Cordain99, 46 months, man. We got all the old guard in here. All the old people subbing their little faces off. Let's put you up on the board. Cordain99, thank you so much for the sub. We're chilling out today. Or at least we're trying to. You guys are making me get up every 5 seconds. Cordain99, let's put you up on the board. So you're probably going to be around here. I should be able to estimate by the speed of the two axes where the name is going to end up. Hard to pinpoint, but gets me really close. The new board, we could probably just do X and then Y. Jesus fucking Christ, Cordain. Could you just go in a place that's easy to film? Are you kidding me? You gotta go all the way over there. Cordain99, welcome to the lower left-hand corner of the board. Jeez. Robertson? What the fuck is Robert? No. No way, man. Is Robertson the square one? Because that's so simplistic. It's got to be Canadian. Kind of people who would enjoy gravy and cheese curds on fries, you know? And then talk it up all over the internet, even though it's just fucking dumpster 3 a.m. food. Tempest99, sub for 2 months. Do you have the Coasters ADHD made for you on hand? I do indeed. Yeah, let's take a look at them in a minute. Square. They're used in construction pretty much in a lot of different places, but I don't like Robert. I think Torx is superior. Look, I mean, you know, you can say they're for the Krauts, but like honestly, like they're good at that kind of stuff. So why not trust that? You know? I mean, I'm waiting. I'm like beholden to the Twitch API to fucking put this name up. There it goes. Ow! Camera fell. God damn it. All right, hold on. We'll put your name up, and then I can show you the coasters. Yeah, I've got some of them up. Some of them are up in different places. What I need to do is epoxy magnets to the back of them, and then I can throw them up all over the place. Really? guys get weird Dutch angles when the names are all the way over here. I've been summoned. Somebody said poutine 3 times. I called it drunken dumpster food. Because Canadians are simplistic. It's very overhyped on the internet. I can't find a T30. I can't break in less than 10 uses. Really? Upwards facing torques rusts out incredibly well. A couple of years. Well, it depends on the material, though. Yeah, torques are the superior bit. Yeah, the ADHD coasters. I've still got them. I just haven't put them up everywhere yet. Trying to still figure out what I'm doing with my walls, but they are these guys. ADHD Generate made these. He does a he streams a lot later than I do, like to the point where I can't raid him because he's on so late, and I never really hear from him or watch his streams because he's on so late. But he made a bunch of my emotes into coasters, which was real mighty nice of him. He did a good job on them too. I had to Google poutine. It looks like a heart attack on a plate. Hell yeah, it is. Probably one of the better heart attacks on a plate, to be honest. Phoebe has subscribed with Prime for 11 months. Put you up on the board. That's the wrong camera. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna just cancel the stream today. Welcome to the board. All right, last 2 screws on this thing. You get to see inside of this. This is like just a little bit too small, this bit that I used. That's just the microscope. That's not the regular cameras. But it wants to know about like their own special camera on the stream, but I don't have 60 commands. I never know which one they're talking about either. Whatever I call it, they'll call it something else, and then nobody will know. So the camera that you're looking at right now is a Logitech Brio, and it's on a microphone arm. The other one is a C920 on a tripod, which is also what the face cam is. I just yanked a wire because I picked this up too hard. There's definitely a fan. There's a fan over here. Thermals. Exclamation point thermals. All right, so they didn't give enough wire to properly open up this thing, which I really, this is one of the things that irks me in device design. One of the things that really irks me with device design is when they don't give enough wire to actually functionally take the thing apart. Now, I'm sure their decision behind this was that they didn't want to have so much wire that it got into the blades of the fan and made a noise, which might have been the noise that we were hearing earlier. But yeah, so I was correct. There is a blower fan right there, and that is on a little 3-pin connector that we can disconnect in order to get the top deck off of this thing. We can test that under 12 volts a little later on to see whether or not it makes a lot of noise. They even used washers on it. Interesting. Why did they do that? Why did they use washers on it? See, the thing is, like, you have to get some exchange of air in this. I mean, even in spite of the fact that there are... How can the fan be so clean? Well, because it's pulling out of all of the little crevices of this thing. I mean, I guess this would be the primary amount of Yeah, this would be the primary inlet of air, which makes sense because you've got solid state hard drives sitting here. They produce a lot of heat. Now, people will say they're designed to run hot. They have to run hot, oh bother, because blah, 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 I don't care. You don't want your SSDs to get too hot. They can really run without airflow, but they really, you know, a little bit of airflow is going to be good for them. Oh no, write speeds will be down by 0.000000 something. Whatever. So yeah, a lot of flat cables going into this thing. We got a lot of different I mean, there's even a little chipset cooler. Oh god. Oh. Basically, all Black Magic devices are notoriously close to overheating. I'll tell you something right now. Well, yeah, this is a Black Magic device. This is just a video recorder. That is the last time I'm going to answer that question this stream. This is a video recorder from Black Magic. You guys can make a command for it if you want. Although the command will probably languish and get all old. So I anticipate I'm going to get that question every 45 seconds. Because I didn't put it in the title. Okay, fine. Put that over there. How is that non-magnetic? We might have just figured out what's wrong. Just came here. I've literally been streaming for 10 minutes. All right. Let's see here. There's like grimy, slimy, criminal individual. Did somebody get like I think the magnet might have shredded in this. The water cooling system that we set up, the pump wouldn't come on, and I guess that fried a bunch of hardware when Micro Center was testing it out. Oh god, that's a sign of overheating. Take a lot to cook the copper. I don't know if the copper is. Let's see what the deal is. I don't know. There's a number of things that can go wrong with fans. I mean, buying Co-Fan 12-volt fans is probably not a great decision there. Co-Fan, our fans are guaranteed to get your customers just beyond their warranty before we absolutely fucking shred whatever hardware you've built. This is in a professional environment. This wasn't in some neckbeard's basement. It's fine. There aren't weird substances all over this thing. It's whatever was here is still here. $21 for this on Newegg? Well, there's your problem. I mean, Newegg, you can just get a Noctua to put in here. I'm not going to put a Noctua in here. I might have a spare fan that I could put in this. So that little plastic ring is what holds on. Hey, it's got a bearing. Didn't expect that. Black Magic, I'm sure it was affordably priced. Don't call Lone Star a neckbeard. That's illegal. Holy fuck. Maybe this thing was in a moist environment? Ugh! I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Woo! Yeah, that's rust from the, stator, I guess. I'm gonna break that a little bit as it comes off. Yeah, bearing comes out the other way. Yeah, it does. All right, yeah. No, that's a thing. That's unique. That's a unique color for a bearing race. I've never seen that before. That's like a VHS tape color. That's a nice shade of brown. That's like a rich mahogany. Yeah, heat-tempered bearing. Yeah, I guess maybe as it was rusting, that got hot or something. Metallic rust flakes are no friend of fans. Only the death of fans, as to be seen in October. There's a spring on it too. That just keeps everything tight. All right. All right. All right. I'm just going to try to break this thing out of here. Basically, this is going to be held on the spindle, or the center. It's like a center pylon or whatever. I just want to get it off of here. I don't want to break it because I want to be a little bit more forensic with this. So the thing that rusted was the exposed iron here, and then that sent flakes into everything else. Little flakes of metallic rust that stick to magnets. And then those got into the fan, seized it up. And heat didn't do it any favors after that. The electronics are looking, well, they look a little toasted. We didn't get to see the chip. I didn't break it off properly. It looks like the chip didn't fare very well either. It was glued down. Yeah, this is probably the crustiest fan that I've ever seen. This thing is not in good shape. Made some really weird noises on startup, though. Yeah, this, whew, man. Cheap fan death. Hey, but there's no lead in it. Woof. All right. So that's our first culprit. Everybody said capacitors, and it wasn't capacitors. You can never be too, you know, everybody's so complacent in their ideas of what goes wrong in these devices. I would never have expected a computer fan inside of a rack-mounted piece of equipment, professionally owned and used, to develop this sort of rust. This is extreme. This is like I dunked my fan in salt water kind of rust. Maybe NYT took this thing to a few unique places. Maybe it got caught up in that flooding in New York recently. I don't know. Yeah, maybe the rack is in a sauna. That's insane. That worries me. Obviously, you know, it's easy to get to an ocean breeze in New York, so maybe that had something to do with it. I'm gonna save this cable just in case I want to plug a different fan into it. I didn't even need to. I got the wire cutters out, and these were so intimidating in their wire cutter supremacy and how amazing they are and how powerful they are. These are basically the most powerful wire cutter in the game. They nerfed this in a recent patch, which is why I'm not updating, because it was just too much. Like PvP, like this thing is just, it's all you need. But yeah, so they're so intimidating that the wires just came off. Now, here's the thing about that, is that I'm not soldering directly to those ends, because the rust probably infiltrated these a little bit. It is a fan, so it's sucking in out the atmosphere. I beg to fucking differ. I beg to differ. Shows why I don't listen to chat at all. Listen, this fan was deep inside of the rack-mounted unit. I know obviously there aren't like moisture filters on this thing, but like that one's going to be more exposed to the outside world, and it's perfectly fine. At least seemingly. Maybe we do want to look at that. I can't really look at that without destroying it, though. That fan was sitting here in the middle of the unit. We're going to look for rust in the rest of this unit. You're going to find that this thing is in pristine condition. Why did that fan grenade and nothing else? Was it dipped in salt water before it came to whatever factory built this unit? I got rust on my desk. I mean, look at this thing. Oh, crunchy. Where are we? 2014 is the date of the device. This is around the heatsink. See, there's the heatsink. Everything looks brand new. There's no corrosion on any of the exposed metal of any of this stuff. Brand spanking new. So something else is at play here. It's like a freak rust accident. There's the header that the fan plugged into. Little tiny capacitors in there. Are those LEDs? Those are LEDs. Man, they got a lot of LEDs on this thing. Yeah, man, I don't know if the fan's been replaced or what. Capacitor check. I mean, 2014 is just at the end of the cap plague, right? Looks like they opted to buy a separate power supply for their unit, which is fairly common, especially with rack-mounted stuff. It's easy. You just spec out, you just spec out a little power supply and you just fit it into your rack mount unit somewhere. No. Lone Star looked at this before I did, because he's also, you know, inclined to do electronic stuff. That's why the sticker was uncovered. Yeah. That has nothing to do with this thing was dead by the time he got it. And it's likely he found the same causes. Yeah, that shit dead. That is a dead fan. Shit. We could pull the cooler. So I'm gonna have to see how to do that. I mean, it's like a traditional Northbridge cooler, but it needs to be unhooked somehow. I see split pins, so we might have to get into there. Stenley K, thank you for the follow. You're crazy. I don't see any rust specks at all. You cray. I'm telling you guys, this thing is like immaculate. There's no signs of water anywhere. Like, okay, let's take a look at this. I mean, hold on, wait, I'm gonna burp. All right, so there's a couple things that I'm not gonna humor here. There's one that the previous person to look at it ruined it. That didn't happen. Lone Star knows what he's doing. He didn't do anything drastic with this. He popped it open, took a little look at it, probably said, wow, shit's fucked. I should send this to Bother, and send it to me. So our first indicator of shit's fucked is that the fan on this thing is absolutely and completely rusted over. There are no signs of water infiltration on this thing at all whatsoever. If water got in here, even just a little bit of water got in here, if condensation got in here, we would see spots. We would see spots. This thing was built in 2014. That puts it beyond the capacitor plague. Unlike, you know, if the capacitors exploded, we'd see carnage like we did with the this power supply of mine. This power supply of mine that blew up in every way possible and then had weird performance issues. But you can see evidence of there being capacitors exploding all over this thing, right? So like, yeah, those capacitors exploded and they put liquid dielectric material all over this, and it just got into everything, and everything shows signs of it. That's how forensics, you know, works, right? Everything was exposed to it, and so there's debris all over that power supply. The weird part about this is that this fan got crusty, stopped working, and then rusted itself over 10 times. And the board is immaculate. There's some little bits of dust on the cables. But like, that looks brand new. Brand new, brand new, brand new. Even in the area that this was, there are some signs of Crusty Fan on the heatsink. Brand new. Yeah, we may go deep enough to get under the board. There's a lot of modules in this thing, so it's going to be an absolute crazy time to get under it, but I do want to know what it looks like underneath, and I want to know what that chip looks like under the cooler, because this would be the primary location of all the damage, right? And then we want to look at the screen. There's one thing about the screen that's a little weird, which is this little repair job right here. Looks like there was a bit of an issue with this cable. It's got static tape over it, which is a little odd. Looks like maybe a patch job, or maybe they're trying to prevent something from happening. But that goes to the encoder knob. The encoder knob is one of the parts of this thing that I would save for another thing. I'm like tempted to move this to my 3D printer. All right, so let's start disassembling this thing. You know, beyond fan died and the unit overheated, I don't know what else could be wrong with it, right? Any other things significant happened to the recorder? You guys are all not typing fully. For great value semiconductor ban. They can plea for an end to the ban, but we're not gonna. First time chatters should not be posting links in my fucking chat. All right, anyway, moving on. Let's start disassembling this thing. So I've got a lot of little flat cables to get rid of because, you know, rack mount things, they put the circuit board down flat and they do flat panel front and back. Weirdly specific. Yeah, there was another band user whose first post was a promotion for something, and it's like they just said sorry, and I'm like, yeah, sorry, no, not doing it. You're gonna have to say more than that. Because, like, you don't just come into somebody's Twitch chat and just promote whatever. Great value semiconductor. Friend's wife wants a Tempest on their arcade cabinet, so I need to search for the highest end rotary encoder. Or we just go to MC. Do you really need that high of a quality? Don't you want to replicate the arcade game instead of super high quality? Right? I thought that's how that would work. I don't know. I don't know if this is a high quality encoder. The knob is metal, though. Tempest 99, but I don't want to be on an arcade cabinet. Wow, you didn't even tell me. Okay, so there are other screws in this. I'm afraid of undoing those. Those hold on the front panel. The thing about rack mount units is that they all have, like, all the weight of this thing has to sit on these 4 screws on the front, which is an insane way to do things. But apparently, We've been doing it since like the 40s. But yeah, I've got to somehow, if I undo all those screws, it'll just release the front, and I don't want to do that. 70s and 80s joysticks and such were quality? Really? That's cool. I only saw them like during the 80s when they were on their way out. Well, here's the encoder plug. I can at least get that off. As we get into this, we're gonna observe whether or not we see signs of rust or anything. Because I mean, like, that one fan, that one fan has every bit of evidence that it had been dipped in salt water. Like, it's absolutely filthy. But nothing else shows any of that. If I take that panel off, oh, the main circuit board is held on by all those, oh man. All right. Looks like they do use the superior fastener Torx to a degree in here. Apparently there's a bunch of LEDs on these drive caddies too. Something about the tape bothers me. I don't know what the deal is with it. I don't know why it's in that one spot. And it's like crusty anti-static tape that's just around one cable. I can't explain a lot on this thing, huh? Can't explain a lot. Our primary goal right now is to take a look behind the processor. I don't think this unit lived by the ocean. It's possible that it did. New York City for all intents and purposes. Yeah, it has a rotating animation around it. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I like how simple it is on the outside, too. I like a good front panel design, which is actually a website where you can have stuff, your rack mount case built and etched and all that stuff. I like a good front panel design. Black Magic seems to get it. A really good one is Apple. Apple rack mount stuff is really gorgeous looking. It's got a thick aluminum front, anodized. I'd love to do a computer mod with an Apple rack mount thing. This unit lived for quite a while, I think. Yeah. Who would risk their job over a $5 fan? Hey, this is a $20 fan on Newegg. This crusty little beast. This thing is so rusty. I know, it's like, look, I don't think anybody replaced the fan because it still had the OEM connector on it, right? 4K in 2014. Yeah. Not a lot of people going 4K in 2014, but they did own Apples. So that's why there's Firewire on it, or Lightning Bolt, whatever LARPing term Apple wanted to use. All right, let's see. We need Torx. Where did my Torx bit go? There's the screwdriver. Actually, I can probably use the smaller one on this. Thank God. Where is the Torx? I'm getting used to this new set. Oh, that was an uncensored burp. That's too small. It's too small, but these are not in there very tightly. Let's get the right size so I don't strip any. I really wish this smaller driver had larger bits on this kit. Can you guys let three, like, I literally corrected myself right after saying the wrong one. Oh, that doesn't fit. Yeah, I got a new screwdriver set and I'm still thinking about whether or not I like it. It's the iFixit kit. It was expensive for what it is. We'll see how it does. If this one doesn't work out, I'm gonna go to the smaller version of it that only has this screwdriver on it. I'll just put this one somewhere. Yeah, iFixit. I mean, iFixit knows what they're doing. So for all intents and purposes, I should get some good use out of it. The only thing this one doesn't have is extensions. and it's not magnetic. The extensions were very useful to me in the past. Is the adapter above the small screwdriver large? No, this is a you know, square driver bit to the larger. I don't know if there's, let's see, is this it? This is the larger bit to smaller bit. They go in one direction, I guess. They decided to save some money. Because, yeah, that's only in the larger bits. Smaller to larger. I don't think it exists in this kit. This is for, like, hooks. Yeah, that's it. That's all I get. Son of the bitch. I mean, yeah, I guess I could use the little magnet bit to grab stuff. That's all right. I could just grab tweezers to do that. It's easier. It's like I've got like a 50% of the time I want the bits to be magnetic, and then 50% of the time I really don't. I should just get the Worth Torx bits. Oh yeah, this needs to be unplugged. Yep. See that? I'm using that same one in my computer power supply. Yeah, it's smart. Electromagnetic screwdrivers. Hey, Cranktown City has a clamp on his desk that's just an electromagnetic clamp. You guys haven't noticed. I love Cranktown City. I think that guy is one of the better DIYers on on YouTube. I think he's probably one of the best. No signs of capacitor distress at all whatsoever. I'm thinking more and more that it's just heat that killed this thing. Just heat straight up right here. You know, if Black Magic were like a super smart computer manufacturer kind of dealio, they would have kept this window, done the cutout in the top piece, right? The cutout piece in the top piece, and then kept the blower fan connected to the bottom of the enclosure and had a heat pipe that went over to the blower. That way, your main processor is getting cooled by this heat pipe that's near the edge, and if the fan dies, you've at least still got something to move the heat out. Not sure. I haven't seen Mr. Carlson's lab, no. All right. Well, chances of recovery are very low on this thing. But if I want to hold out hope, those aren't screwed in. Yes, they are. Get rid of this. These are all, of course, screwed in. You know, Black Magic knows what they're doing, man. These are directly connected to a circuit board behind them. So they've got the big bolt on the front, holding them in place, making sure you don't break it by plugging in big, heavy cables. All of the XLRs have the 2 screws on them in order to anchor them all in. It's very well built. This is very well built. Yeah, let's get the SCART connectors out of here. Or the YYBRY. I mean, I can go into them at an angle like this. Or, you remove the whole front panel. Those are wow, those are card slots. That's cool. They got their own little card slots right there. If I were to remove the front of this thing... Rubber. It's always rubber. I think I can remove the front. Let's try to remove the front. Man, all the pessimistic comments about how this thing is designed to break. I really don't, I don't feel that from this. I don't get a sense of that. There's a lot of really good stuff in here. And it's in very, very good shape. It's just the one fan. This is one fan. If you ever buy a Black Magic 4K recorder, replace the fan. Ah, that's not the right bit. Move this down here and just keep it down here. This one. All right, so this will release the front. Yeah, it's only a fan. It's not like only fans died in October. Literally 110% of that site's user base is going to leave. I love it when chat isn't smart enough to know that I'm in on the joke. Come on, guys. We're more clever than that around here. All right, what else is still connected? Something's still connected. Oh yeah, that's right. This thing is plugged into the 2 card interfaces. Are those just gonna come up, or is there more to it than that? Let's see, it's kind of rattling around. I'm not nice. What do you mean that's not nice? Of course it's not nice. Okay, that didn't fully release the front panel. What did I get wrong here? You suppose this stalled fan maybe tripped an overcurrent protection and made it refuse to power? I don't know if it would be an overcurrent thing so much as it would be like damage to the chip from just heat. Because I think this thing, especially given that Black Magic made it, and Black Magic doesn't make cool devices, make cool stuff in that sort of sense, but they make good video devices, and those are designed to kind of survive. So I think maybe it was just straight up heat damage. Maybe it didn't function because of the broken fan and it got too hot. But like, why is the screen broken? Why is the screen broken? Why wasn't there a warning about heat? What's that? This is like a block in the middle, and then there's 2 screws on it, but it's literally just holding up a post. Here's the thing. People built this. I should be able to take this apart. Are those like... Maybe I do have to do these. Let's try them. Those are Torx. Torx, Torx, Torx. It's like a Torx bit straight into plastic. What's going on? Something's under this. It's holding something in. Did they engineer these? They've got a Black Magic logo on them. And the name of the company. They must have engineered these. Pretty cool. It's like we need an SD slot that holds the card, holds the whole SD drive, but has it stick out just a little bit. I figured that this is the next step in it, because I can't remove the circuit board from the front piece because it's blocked by the main PCB. Can't get the main PCB out because it's blocked by everything else. Can't get a screwdriver into the back panel because it's blocked by the front panel. This is just a little bit of logic applied to the design of this thing. There should be a logical progression of things. That was a difficult screw to get out. It was like blocked by the front panel's overhang. All right. Does that release it? I didn't do a goddamn thing. That didn't do anything. Why didn't it do anything? Why are you doing this to me? What else could be holding this thing in? Let's see. 4 big holes in that, but there's no screws beyond there. There's no screws in this because it's super loose. That bracket might look like it's a candidate for holding everything in, but there's 2 screws on it and it doesn't even touch the front panel. It looks like it's just a support beam. Very strange. Is there maybe a little piece of that I'm not comprehending holding on to the front? Doesn't look like it. And all the LED, I can see all the LEDs that do the little light pattern on it. That's kind of cool. Let's see. I mean, the only other thing, this thing is held on by 2 little card holders, but that doesn't seem to be what's going on right now. Plus, they're not unplugging from the card holders, which might be an indicator of the next step. Maybe the main circuit board comes out with this. There might be screws under these drives that are holding them down. Because, like, the fact that I can't get... This whole thing is wobbling. This whole front piece is waddling. Do you live near ADHD? Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. We're on opposite sides of the country and also in different countries. I have a northeastern accent. I am from Philadelphia. I say things like skookle and streets. Streets. Right? If I exaggerate it a little bit. There are marked differences in our dialect. Now, I'm not as Philadelphia as they come. There are stronger Philly accents out there. I wish I could replicate them, but I went to private school. No, I wish I could replicate them, but I just can't. There's a certain thing about the way they talk that I can't do. All right, so if we're taking off the entire circuit board, I mean, it seems like I can get to all of the bolts on the main circuit board. It seems I can get to all of them. So that means that I gotta undo all of these. All intents and purposes. Nah, all intents and purposes. Coffee. Coffee. I gotta say coffee. But that was... I mean, that's more like what Red Letter Media did for the New Jersey accent. Coffee. That's not how they say it. Say it coffee. Oh, un café. You fucking European piece of shit. All right, let's see. Can I get a bolt that's going to fit this whole thing? Oh my god, I'm just one size too small. Story of my life. All right, I got others. I got others. Boston is in New Jersey. Maybe. Who am I to say? Who am I to say? All right, let's see. I gotta go into my car tools to get the proper metric. I'm guessing it's metric. It's gotta be metric. Maybe just a wrench. Nah, you know what? A socket will do better. Socket will do better. Oh, that one wasn't censored. Sorry. All right, let's see. Is it a 12? Fuck. God fucking damn it. PCB design lets me know its metrics so organized. You better be joking. You better be joking. Constantly baiting about metric versus imperial. Bait, bait, bait. Not a fish. This is the only way I can get down to them. It's by using a wrench. Oh dear God. Fucking goddamn these. You need like a manufacturer's special wrench in order to get to this. These are so close together. And they're 14s? Are you kidding me? They might be English standard. Since we haven't made a BNC plug in about 50 years. No, these are 14s. Japanese. Cars love 14 millimeter, but I can't get to all of them with this 14. Because this is too thick. I need a super thin, deep 14 millimeter socket, or a pair of wire cutters. Like I said, those things are the most powerful item in the game. You're not meant to get them so early on, but I did because I'm a power gamer. Also, nothing on this is tight at all. That might have been Lone Star. Probably not. I'm gonna strip this thing down to its bolts, though. No, that's not... English standard is not everything crooked. Lucas Electric standard is everything is crooked and sparking a little bit. Just outside 1/4 inch drive socket. I mean, maybe it is 1/4 inch. That might be the standard. All I know is the 14 wrench fit pretty perfectly. Did I say 14 inch? I meant 14 millimeter. Well, no, I mean Lucas and sorry, Leyland. If it's British and it's Leyland, then it is indeed crooked and probably on fire. I don't know if I'm going to take advice from Space Herpy on nut driving. I'm not driving my nuts anywhere Space Herpy is gone. Oof, don't do teeth jokes. That's beneath us. I don't know, all those stereotype jokes are like, it's like, all right, just let the internet do them. Let the internet do them. Some 1/4 inch have 14 millimeter what? It's true if there's fire. Why is it dark if there's fire? Well, I'm not here to question the way things are, all right? That's the same with what is it, 1970s Chevy or Dodge, Ford, or whatever, where like the workers just didn't give a shit. Nah, you're not the internet. You're my chat. I'm holding you to a higher standard. It's like my chat's personality is my fault. And I do mean fault. That's why I say you're better than this. You guys are better than this. God, this is so difficult. This one's putting up a little bit of a fight. It's not like it's hard to turn the thing, but I feel like I'm damaging the connector when I do. Not that I have a ton of confidence for this thing working again. My theory, my hypothesis on this is that the main CPU is just completely fried. They named a car Citation. The Numi plants, N-U-M-M-I, Chevy, I put the empty cans in the doors so the cars would rattle. Oh my God. So you're barking at some more. Listen, Lone Star! Were you here earlier? You probably weren't. You want to see the first problem that you probably found? Do you know the first problem? The fan, the unit's main fan, is crusty. I have never seen a fan with a burgundy stain. I've never seen a fan bearing with a burgundy stain. It's super crusty is what it is. It is literally the only place in the entire unit that I found rust. There's literally zero signs of water damage anywhere, right? And I'm like, how did this happen? Like, was it in salt water? Did somebody sneeze like salt water on this fan? because this fan is in the center of the unit. It's in the very center of the unit, and the other fan is fine. You know, the blower fan is super fine. That one is dead, beyond dead. It's been rack mounted its whole life. God damn. That's what I was saying. I'm like, this thing has been in a professional environment its entire life. I don't think whoever owned it took it to the ocean. You know, let it for one last go, man. We're gonna let you see the ocean on your deathbed. No, I don't think that happened here. Whatever company that was, it was like on something or other. Here it is. Cofan. The Black Magic built this brilliant unit, and it's probably able to take quite a bit of heat and abuse because it's a professional piece of equipment. And then they go ahead and they put Cofan, a Cofan on it, which is a brand that everybody obviously knows. Cofan. And by the way, this fan had the OEM plug on it too. So Cofan. If you ever buy one of these things, you should probably take it apart and replace this fan. If you take off the SSD drive bays, you can get to the board easier. Is that like a separate step right now? Because what I'm seeing is there's like a socket that they plug into. And I'm not really going to get in at an angle here. So what I'm doing is I'm taking off the main circuit board and removing that as a unit with these drives because it feels like there's a screw underneath it. Because like this is... Okay, I just lost a couple lock screws there onto the floor. Through the holes. But there's stuff in there. Does this... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's... Okay. Oh, I get it. The screws on top undid these, and now I can get to the screws on the bottom. But not with the screwdriver that I use, because this thing ain't gonna do it. Ain't gonna do it. This is what I'm talking about with those extensions on this thing. Could I do some kind of weird extension? Nah, it doesn't look like it. This is the shortcomings of the iFixit kit. Yeah, I didn't think about that. Shortcomings of the iFixit kit. So I have Torx bits that I can get into there. Oh, well, the creative solution is just having the right tool. I got a new iFixit kit, and it's full of all kinds of cool bits and bobs, but, you know, like I said, the lack of extensions is a shortcoming. So in here, I don't have any... No, wait, maybe this one. Just a regular Torx screwdriver. Ta-da. Yeah, all the hardware being loose, I've been saying that Lone Star already took this thing apart. So that's why everything is like not really too I just shoved the bit down there and turned it with some pliers. That's hardcore. That must have taken a while. This is just like, well, Turvy, you literally just made a size-related joke, so you're the one that broke it. You're the one that ruined it. You little shit. All right, so yeah, just having tools like this that I kind of put deep into the drawers. Just remember that they're there. I didn't bother tightening it down since I was sending it to you yet. I don't know if this is gonna survive. This seems like heat killed the processor. So I'm gonna have to investigate that. Glucometer's beeping at me again. Hold on, I gotta be extra on top of myself. Extra on top of myself today. Yeah, that's gonna require a little bit more insulin. I'm not on one of the meds, so I have oh, not enough insulin to deliver. Uh-oh. 4 units. Okay, hold on. We gotta re-up diabetes, so we're gonna have a quick little diabetes break. Should have just sent a bunch of loose parts. Hey, bother, look at this thing. What is it? I don't know. I desoldered everything from the board. Can you fix it? Let's do an overlay. I don't have a diabetes overlay. I should do that. I should get Matt to make me one. Let's do that for now. All right, give me one sec. I need to put more insulin into my machine. I may have to go get insulin from the fridge. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that. All right, I'll put you guys on mute. I'll be right back. I'll put on music. We'll get to it. Where's my mouse? Oh, there it is. All right, I'll be right back, chat. The FTL soundtrack is just an excuse to listen to music. You're making me glad I stuck with insulin pens. I will have failed in a very large facet of everything I try to talk about here. I mean, I know pumps and constant glucose monitors are extremely expensive. It can be like $2,000 a month to stay on this stuff, but the health benefits of them are absolutely far and away insane. At the very least, you might owe it to yourself to try to look into getting constant glucose monitoring therapy, because it's really, really important to do. Like, by God, far and away the best benefit is being able to see something like this instead of just my super high glucose level. The CGM is more important in terms of milestones of diabetic technology, I would say, than the pump. Pump's great, but the CGM, oh, and then filling in the gap with both of them, beautiful. It's just such a wonderful thing. This thing auto-adjusts my basal rates, which may or may not have almost put me in the hospital over the past couple days. But this thing auto-adjusts. The CGM changed my dad's personality, right? Yeah, like less to think about every single day, every minute of every day. It's insane. Yeah, it's totally insane. Feel different, act different, yeah. Oh, in terms of anxiety, that's pretty cool. Over a year and a half, Keeper of Maps, 19 months. Hell yeah, let's put you up on the board. Here, let me put the kibosh on the FTL. Let's put Keeper of Maps up on the board. Yeah, I'll tell you, man. Like, insulin pens are like the Stone Age in terms of management technology. If it's working for you and you don't need to do much more than insulin pens, and you've got good management, because some people are like that. Some people have really good glucose management with like no helpers. I don't know what they're made out of. They're weirdos, but they exist. So if that works for you, then more power to you, my man. But I'll tell you something, the hundreds of dollars of expenditure, being essentially a medical indentured servant, you know, helps you keep up a good quality of life. You be more functional, less doom and gloom, all that stuff. Different personality. In less pain. I just wish there was a way to, like, non-invasively measure pain threshold to see where I am on the spectrum. Keeper of Maps, welcome to the board. I'm gonna burp. Okay, I burped. Tell me if I'm out of line, but is insulin expensive in the US? Yeah, yeah, it's insane. It's insane. A1C's 5.8. Shit, dog. All right, you're fine on pens then. You're doing just fine. Holy fuck. That's a hell of a... goddamn. 5-pack of Balsagar insulin pens in Canada is $90. Dude, I'm lucky to get out of the pharmacy with $400. With a $400 bill. It's like the price has gone up from $20 a bottle when I was a kid to insane. It's like hundreds. And by the way, if you look at the charts of how insulin prices are, what's that? They're made out of not having ADHD. If you look at the prices of all of the different insulins across companies over the years for the same 15-minute acting insulin that's been around since the early 90s, they've all gone up in lockstep. Which is insane, and they won't publish why they're pricing them where they are. Yeah, same brand of insulin pen, 4 different prices and 4 different companies. Oh, but they develop it. The cost of development. No, nope, not even a little bit. That is not an excuse. That's not an excuse for why people should have to ration insulin in certain countries, you know? Absolutely ridiculous. I should not... If I drop a glass bottle and it breaks, I should not have to be out $120. I shouldn't have to choose between groceries and insulin, you know? Yeah, I had to basically bankrupt myself to get on Medicaid so that I wouldn't get fucking killed by my government. What else is holding this in? There's something else at play here. I don't think it... Well, let's try it. I mean, this bracket is a little weird. I don't think it's this bracket, but we can try. God damn if I remember where all these screws go. So this over the break, we learned that this thing lived in an acoustic studio that had new acoustic foam put up. And perhaps fumes from the foam maybe got into the fan. Now, I don't know what the MDS sheet is like on that acoustic foam. There is a nut under this, and it's keeping me from what the fuck? God damn it. So these weren't anything. I shouldn't have gone down this road. But yeah, this is kept in a studio environment in New York City. So where did all the rust come from? There's no evidence of anything anywhere else on the board, and the other fan is perfectly fine. I'm getting heartburn, which was a symptom of what's going on with me health-wise. It means I need insulin, and I just told my thing to give me a shit ton of insulin, so... excuse me. Secret screw. Don't give me any more hints. Of course, all these are still partially in. That might be what's keeping me from doing this. Just make sure those are all completely loose, because they weren't coming out of the screw holes, so... And those are all loose. All those are loose. What the? Oh yeah, that finally came off. All right. All right. A little bit of progress. Okay, there's all those. Wait a minute. Oh, that's all it was. No, 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 no. Don't get Diet Dr. Pepper on my floor. That thing just like fell over and I just caught it. $1,500 new. Damn. Yeah, this thing is nice. It's very well built. Very well built. We'll take a look at all the PCBs and stuff in a minute. I gotta clean out all the accoutrements to get into the main circuit board, because my first thought is that there's something wrong. Oh, cool. If you want to have an SSD mounted like your graphics card, like at a right angle on your computer, you could use one of these cards. All right, let's get the PCB out. It looks like that's about time for that. I mean, I could remove this back card, but I don't think we need to mess with it. What I really want to do is, what I was saying is, this right here, it's holding onto my screwdriver. This big this Northbridge heatsink, possibly what took down the device, because the fan is the crustiest fan that I've ever seen in my entire life. We don't know why that happened. It could have been specific chemicals that were sprayed within the environment. Why that didn't kill the other fan, I don't know. I feel like maybe we should investigate that other fan to see if maybe it just happens to have a little bit more space. But I want to take a look at this chip. I want to see what this chip looks like, because I think it overheated. I think this chip got way too hot. That's why I always return the cap to the bottle. Well, not everybody is built like that, okay? Can't all have a silver spoon in our mouths, returning our caps with our pinkies out. All right? Those are the connectors I was talking about. Only seen them on fancy capture cards for video monitoring kind of stuff. Yeah, these are super professional. Actually, we should remove these three before I accidentally wrench on the board a little too hard. But this is the one that was giving me trouble. I could maybe use forceps for that. Because none of this stuff is in here very tightly, and I don't know if that was Lone Star or the original manufacturer. The original manufacturer probably have a socket that fits this. You didn't touch these? Okay, so these were done like this from the factory. This one is crooked. What the what even? This is the problem with these big split nuts. Everyone say nice things about me. My boss is here. Hey, Lone Star does some of the best streams that I've seen in a long time. He's very clever. Don't get me wrong on this. He also smells like lilacs. No, I've known Lone Star for a long time, and he's done some really cool stuff on his stream. You guys should check him out when you get a chance. He's a good guy. He deserves a raise. And like a cake. For sending me this content. Ah, I gotta use the hemostats, alright. Hemostats, forceps, I don't know. Scalpel. If I ever get it together to stream again, that's the thing. Yeah, I mean, you're reinventing yourself like a lot, which is really cool. I wish I could do. All right, come on. So I'm just gonna roll with it, with this thing being crooked. Mr. Lone Star Boss, don't mind the fart noises on stream. Those are very professional. Thank you for the follow, DevRat and Cyberpla. I don't know why that one came out crooked. It didn't end up ruining anything. Threads look okay. It's just that these threads have like 4 flat spots in them where there are no threads. So. Oh, Miss Lone Star Boss. Aha. She already knows about the farts on this channel. Oh, wait. I'm getting confused. Not Mrs. Lone Star or Lone Star girlfriend. It's Lone Star's boss. Okay. God damn. I know. I assumed. Made an ass out of you, me. That's my fault. That's on me. I have to live with that for the rest of my life. Take that to the grave. I'm gonna get on somehow. Continue to live my life. Alright, so, got all those out. All those big bolts. And everything misaligned suddenly. That's interesting. The HDMIs are a little bit misaligned now that I removed all those. Is that PCB half empty? I'd have a mind to assume that there's stuff underneath it, but maybe that's just blank spots. All right. Less and less of the device remains assembled. We're gonna get rid of. Oh no, we're not done on the back panel yet. I gotta remove all of these guys. Now, see the RCA's, those plug in nice and soft. They get 1 bolt. Sorry. Yeah, RCA's. The XLRs plug in a little bit harder than that. They get 2 bolts, and then the SCART, or whatever you call them, connectors, these BNCs, have a potential for a lot of force to wrench on them because BNCs lock. And when they lock, they lock. I mean, people back in like I don't know, when was BNC invented? Like the 40s or 30s? BNC was invented a long time ago. BNC, it's dynamite. These are, actually they're a little different than BNC. They're a different type of BNC. They have a different shielding layout. It's like these have the coax in the middle. These don't have like a coax around the pin. But so those really lock in and they really crimp very hard. So they have a potential for somebody to come over and just fucking yank on them, right? You could trip over a bunch of BNCs with a tractor trailer and it would stop the tractor trailer because of the strength of the fastening on this thing. There's a big nut that goes on each one of these, which is good. That means it's a good, reliable connector. So yeah, RCAs, 1 bolt, XLRs, 2. Any less than that, you want to be careful. Yeah, they're still very popular in radio because they're coaxial and they're shielded cables. BNC is a good cable. I like them. Very easy to plug in. All right, big old plastic screws on these, and they're all Torx, which I love because that means that I can actually remove them without killing myself. Although this Torx drive could be a little bit larger, I'm gonna use the oh Jesus Christ, I'm gonna use the iFixit kit. Let me dig myself out of this a little bit. This is more for like getting into places for Torx. I love that FTL as a game was basically made to listen to music. It's like, I got this cool song. I'm gonna make a game around it. BNC was patented in 1951. Are you sure, or is that just a specifically different? Did somebody make a modification to a connector and patent it in 51? I feel like BNC has been around longer than that. That's just my assumption, though. I'm not really basing that off of anything aside from oscilloscopes I found that were probably from the 1960s. Patented then, but probably invented before. But I mean, people were patent crazy back then, so they would have patented it pretty much immediately. BNC, Bayonet Neil Concealman, 1951. Huh. Well, what do you know? What do you know? Oh, I let my hand rest for a second there. Plastics, these screws are going into plastic and not machine thread standoffs, so they take a little bit of force, which is why I got a wider screwdriver for them. Carl Concealman Cart, that's SCART, right? Carl Concealman, December 23rd, 1912 to August 1975 is the electrical engineer who, while working for Amphenol, of course Amphenol, invented the C connector and teamed up with Paul Neal of Bell Labs to invent the BNC connector and the TNC. Yeah. Dynamite. All right, so 1950s. I did not know BNC went back to the 50s. I thought it was earlier than that. I was wrong. I was wrong. Manufacturing had a ways to go. And I guess RF connectors back then were probably a completely different style, huh? Dealt with only a little bit of World War II technology. Only a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 5 more screws to go. Well, I guess I'm going to use the giant screwdriver for this. It's just what I have available to me. God, this is you got to basically disassemble the entire unit to get the main circuit board out. We'll take a look at some of the chips and how they decided to connect stuff and all that fun kind of disassembly stuff in just a second here. We're investigating my primary hypothesis, which is that she died. And the reason she died is because the main processor massively overheated, and hopefully we see some damage to it to justify the crustiness, because that fan certainly was crusty. I don't know what kind of chemicals they're spraying to put up acoustic tiles. It certainly isn't salt water, because we would have seen other damage to the board. There's literally no signs of damage at all at any point in this board. It's just that fan. It's that your fan. It's his fault. That your fan ruined this board. This is amazing. I fucking love XLR connectors. Show you how much I love XLR connectors. They don't let the board come out. Give me the... Did they install the clips afterwards? Is that how we're doing it today? No. No. No, it's not. Not how they do it. I guess we could uninstall the clips. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, little flathead screwdriver, right? Little flathead screwdriver. You see that? There's a little tab right there. That's what we're going for. There's a possibility of the main chip just needing a reflow. Maybe. Yeah, maybe we can pull that off. I don't know. We'll have to see. That's not working. Okay, never mind. I think actually it needs other stuff to release. What does it need to... Dear diary, how do I take apart... Oh, I see it. So you get under it. Nope, never mind. I thought I had all the answers. Big spring, pull tab. Oh, there's still stuff sticking down. Okay, so that's bent into place. I need to get into there in order to get it out. Yeah, I need like a full thing. All right, so maybe I can finagle this thing without breaking anything to get these tabs out of the way. Doesn't seem likely, though. Oh, yep, there it is. There's literally just enough space for the tab to fit through. All right, so Black Magic thought about this when they had the panel designed. Yep. There is literally just enough room for that thing to fit out of the panel. By virtue of... That's very close. I can only put you guys very close to this. By virtue of a little extra cutout right there. It barely fits. Instead of disassembling the connector, which is probably the way I would have done it, they put a little tiny cutout in there, and that allows them to just barely angle that thing in. Nick Deli, thank you for following. So we still got the other connectors on there. USB remote connector, all these other BNCs. Those connect with a flat cable. I don't think we're going to find any evidence in that, so let's leave this stuff together. I don't need my wrenches over here. Hold on. I don't need my wrenches over here. All right, so reason I wanted to do all of that circuit board removal. Dun dun dun. There we go. There's all the evidence, like a smoking gun. You've seen moisture. That's actually the recommended shape? This unit has been in a moist environment. There is no getting around it, either by virtue of something spilling on it. I don't think it was submerged. I'm not gonna make any assumptions here, but this thing could have easily been submerged. It doesn't show any evidence of such. Let me get this stuff out of the way so we can take a proper look at it and I can show you who was too moist. Was it moist critical? Did he do this? Should you go harass him about it? He doesn't know who the fuck I am, so it doesn't matter. But ah! It attacked me. You guys all saw it. Yeah, it was definitely moist critical that did this to my unit. All right, I'm just gonna move the panels over here so they're safe, being that what you guys just saw was the most dangerous thing to the electronics that I've done today. But there is evidence of moisture under the board. This is the same thing that kills my keyboards constantly, is that there is a plastic panel that sits right behind the circuit board, and any of the moisture that gets into the unit collects there. Now, I don't know what the hell could have happened to a studio-based piece of equipment that's in a nice, dry, indoor environment constantly. I don't think anybody spilled their coffee on it because there's nothing on the upside of the board shows evidence of this, but the bottom of the board shows maybe not clear signs. I mean, this could have been assembly. They could have done the through. You know what? It's all around the through-hole devices. The through-hole devices show signs of stuff, which doesn't mean that this saw moisture. You guys want to just let me come to the conclusions, please? No, it looks like it is just surrounding anything through-hole. But I mean, some of the stuff kind of like misses the through-hole, but so it doesn't really look like it's here. Let's see how far back we can go with this. Okay, so this is as far away as this will go. I'm gonna lift this a little bit, lift the camera up. Maybe we can get a shot from a little further away so that you guys can get a little bit more of the lay of the land, because we don't need to get super close today. Oh man, what kind of a psycho decides to use like 0402 parts when you have so much room? So this is what I was talking about, but this doesn't seem quite right. This could be just like a masking or a flux or something that they put on the board. But this is the kind of stuff that you do see when there is water damage to the board. Ooh, sorry, I'm pausing because my kidneys fucking hurt. Welcome to diabetes. Okay, I'm back. All right, so yeah, there's some of this like weird powdery white substance all over it. You guys are making all these fucking stupid jokes. Could you guys just like chill for a minute? It's like a powdery white substance. So I forget what exactly that stuff is, but it is kind of evidence of sort of like a flux going down. A little evidence of a flux going down. Because it only exists in the presence of through-hole devices. I would have assumed that water got into this, and water was very close between the base of the unit and the circuit board, and then it left deposits. But I don't think that's really the case here. So I think that's just manufacture and assembly going on here, because all this, basically what you would do is you'd send the surface mount devices through the oven in order to get them initially soldered. The ones on the bottom side of the board would be glued in place with like an ultraviolet epoxy, and then you would send this to a different process, typically sometimes a hand process, in order to solder the through-hole devices. Which, I mean, it seems to have left like a flux residue. It would have been very difficult for water to get into it. It was mounted head high in the rack, yeah. So, and they would have known if sprinkler systems went off. It's the obvious things are not what's at fault here. What's at fault here? It just could have been the lacquer on the fan gave up. Well, anyway, this gives us access to the little tabbly doodles on this. And so we can pop off the main heatsink and see what the deal is with the main processor. Because, again, our running theory is that there's a, just heat problems is what killed it. That's our only theory right now. So these are just tabs. So all I have to do is do this and let the spring do the rest, theoretically. Yep, there we go. These are neat. It's like a little brass pin. I wonder where I can get these. There we go. We can reveal our North Bridge. So I'm going to give it a little back and forth. No. Actually, let's make sure these are disengaged first. Yeah, that's the important one. So the last thing that I want to do, these are nice. These are actually really nice. These are really nice. Look at this. Look at this, a little brass pin. Little split brass. I've never seen them so clean. This is nice. This is nice. Let's put those aside. Let's put those aside. They're nice. They're nice. I like them. All right, so this thing is stuck on there with heat compound. So what I'd like to do is just carefully work it. This is the like real nerve-wracking part of disassembling a GPU to water cool it, right? You got your nice fresh $2,000 impossible to find GPU, right? And you got to put your water block on it, which I've done recently. And you gotta get it off of the heat compound and everything. Possibly adding a little bit of heat would help. When we did ours, I'm hoping, the one the other weekend, I'm hoping we weren't the ones that damaged it. Doesn't matter now, because Micro Center pretty much said because the pump wasn't running, the GPU overheated and died. So it's our fault, so we're replacing it. So my friend got, I think they went through two before they went through two motherboards. I don't know how many cards. It was like $2,000 in charges for them to fix it. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna introduce a little bit of heat to this so that I can loosen up the compound just a tiny bit. I'm gonna do it with a torch. Not gonna do it with a torch close. I'm gonna do it with a torch far away. And I'm just gonna give it a little tiny bit of heat so that it's easier for me to remove. I don't wanna damage it in any way, because I mean, we're doing forensics here, right? We're trying to figure out what killed this. And so my adding an insane amount of heat is not good. So let me activate the thermal imager. Oh, wrong. I was clicking the wrong one. There we go. Okay. My little thermal flashlight, right? It's not really letting a lot of heat off, but you can still see it. It's going to let that heat saturate it. That should probably be good. All of that is just to get the goop warmed up a little bit. I just want to let that heat get down into the thing. Okay, it got down into the thing pretty quick. Get down deep into it. Holy shit. Yeah, it's only lukewarm. It's really not that bad. Yeah, lukewarm. Are you fucking kidding me? It didn't bend. It just hurt me. Is the lighter good at setting heat shrink, or does it start burning it? It depends on how disciplined you are. It really likes to burn the heat shrink. That's why a hot air gun, like a $30 hot air gun, is better than that. Processor looks okay. Oh, whoa. Got a little AlphaCo I have not seen this on a heatsink. Here. It's not that big of a detail, but whatever. That's like fairly nicely printed on that. I don't know, it's just something you don't really see. Usually there's no branding on that sort of thing, right? Weird. That's weird. Yeah, thermal epoxy. It could be thermal epoxy, which always scares me, which means I need a lot more heat. But why would it be epoxied if it had standoffs? Had an old CPU that was fused to the heatsink, never took them apart? Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of here. I'm putting sideways pressure on it. I want to start it twisting. I could do a little bit of alcohol, but I don't think that's going to do anything. I could get a spudger. I don't know what kind of layers there are on top of this thing. I'm guessing it's an FPGA. The other thing, does it look like thermal goop or does it look like epoxy? No, it's crusty old goop. It's like a light brown, which is a bad color for that sort of thing. Oh, I'm gonna do heat again. That fan is in terrible, terrible shape. It's $20 in Newegg. The other thing is, could I get this to expand a little faster than everything else? Yeah, on Newegg. I mean, come on. I mean, just like a simple Northbridge fan would get you much further along than this thing. I'm doing a little bit more heat. Oh, it is. It's just a regular fan. There's nothing special about it. They probably got a good deal on it. Let it sink in. Man, you know, I gotta hand it to the heatsink. It does a good job of dissipating. Ow. Double ow. I shouldn't touch it. I should let it cool off a little bit. What I'm trying to do is open up the thermal stuff so that I can actually peel these two apart. I wouldn't maybe suggest this with like your graphics card. I don't think you need to do it with that. But this kind of stuff can be a little tricky. This thing is from 2014, which is plenty of time for the thermal adhesives to become a little bit less flexible than they were before. Starting to question what this stuff is. So far, everything that we've seen about this unit has been that it seems practically brand new. By no means should this thing be dead. Aside from the fact that the fan failed, killing the processor with it. That doesn't seem so much like liquid anymore. Or gel, or whatever you want to call it. Feels more like caulk. I've been twisting. I can't touch it right now because it's too hot. Yeah, how much are the Noctuas of this size? They're like $14, $20. How about people come in here and they tell me what to do? Like I don't know what I'm doing. That hurt. Yeah, it's not coming off. It's not right now. It's not the heat. It's the amount of force that I'm putting into it to twist it. Fuck. Yeah, that's too much. Those 40mm Noctuas are nice. We put 6 of them on my computer because I have a custom power supply. They're very quiet. When you put 6 of them running full tilt, actually I have 7 in the whole computer, but if you put 6 of them next to each other, you can start to hear it a little bit, which is not good, but it's also, you know, a lot less noise than you would get with your typical Crusty OE fan. So if you ever buy one of these recorders for $1,500, maybe spend an extra $20 to put a Noctua fan in there, because that thing rusted out, and we don't know why. There's no evidence of anything wrong with it. I'm out of ideas. I could drop a little alcohol in there, but I don't think that's really going to do anything. Drop a little acetone in there. I don't think that's going to do anything. There's literally no indicator of this being a thermal compound versus a thermal epoxy, which begs the question: why would they put sprung standoffs on the frickin' thing? All right, helicopter going by. Yeah, this is frustrating. I am frustrated. If you drop a little alcohol in there and then use the torch. All right, let's see here. I need to get some air pressure in this. I have isopropyl in the can. I don't have pressure in the can, so let's put pressure in the can. He's gonna fire up the Hitachi. And get the little pressure filler thing. Yeah. Yeah, maybe it's sped up assembly, just getting the epoxy on there and then relying on these standoffs in order to keep the pressure on until it actually held up. Damn, nothing's working. Took apart a broken Still weed whacker. Everything was branded Still made in Germany stuff except the main crank bearings. Those are made in China. They destroyed the whole machine. Holy shit. This is the, I don't know. Maybe I'll use that one day for what it's actually intended for, but because it's not like I need to know the PSI here. Because I'm literally just putting it up to 100 and then leaving it like that. These are just U-fillet bottles. And I'm filling it with compressed air for my compressor. Do I turn this off when I'm done with it? Bar? Who uses that? Weirdos. All right. Precision squirting. So I'm going to get right in between the two and just see if alcohol will do anything for it. Ooh, there's a lot of pressure. I don't know if it's penetrating oil, but yeah, I don't know if it like extra crusted on the heatsink stuff. I really don't want to break the chip in half because I know where this is going. I know exactly where this is going, which is I'm going to use more and more pressure until I start, you know, being like the evolved caveman that I am and start using tools to accomplish tasks. And when I use tools to accomplish tasks, I am going to accomplish that task regardless of whether or not I cause an extreme amount of damage to anything beneath it. A professional, quote-unquote, way to do it would be to heat up that heatsink to soldering temperatures and then just pluck it off with the chip. That would be if I had the means by which to reball a giant ball grid array, which I don't. Which, hey, maybe that's the fix for it, is reballing the ball grid array. I don't really see any problems with it, but, you know, hey, maybe it overheated. I don't have that kind of means, though. I was hoping that we would be able to investigate this a little bit closer by just looking at it very closely. Reballing is a very difficult process. It's not about learning it. You can learn it in half an hour. It's about having the right tools and being good at them, being careful with them. It's thermal glue, heat, twist with pliers, so you don't burn fingers is the only sensible option. I don't know, man. I don't trust Twitch chat because they just want gore. That's all they want. They just want violence and gore. That's why they're on Twitch. There's just no movement from this thing. I was hoping alcohol would help release it, but it doesn't appear to be the case. If I was not concerned with scratching the board, or I had some scrap material to go under it, I could use the threaded four-corner screw holes to push down, but I don't think the fiberglass is up to it. Yeah, I think the alcohol's evaporated by now, but if I have my alcohol can out, maybe the torch isn't a good idea. Maybe the heat gun is a better idea than the torch. I don't think spudging is going to get me out of this. I don't think spudging is going to get me out of this. If that's sharp enough, maybe I can get in there. I could just spear it with a friggin' arrowhead. This tool is just an arrowhead. The problem is you keep applying more and more force until you hear a noise, and that noise is it dying. There's no hope for this. I will not be able to separate these. All right, so I can't separate the two. It may have died due to heat. Nothing else shows signs of this. The underside of the board does not show signs of liquid. It shows signs of, you know, final assembly, and maybe they could, maybe Black Magic could clean the board one more time before they send it out, because there's this stuff all over it, whatever powder that is, which might be a release agent for whatever they use to mask over the areas of the board that aren't being soldered, maybe, or it could just be, I don't know, it could be left over from cleaning. I mean, it's a little crusty in some spots, but it is just powder. Yeah, there's literally, I mean, I don't see any signs of any kind of moisture hitting this unit. Plus, I mean, you know, by virtue of the fact that this thing was held in a rack at head height with plenty of cooling in a closed room in an office building its entire life, means I don't think water was going to find it unless somebody said something so atrocious that the engineer in charge of the audio spat their coffee into the unit. And they did a really good job of cleaning it up. I don't think that's the case. However, this fan is so crusty, I guess it just had it coming. That fan died, possibly overheating the main processor. Everything else followed. I question this fan. This fan, what is in perfect condition? I want to take a look at this. Yeah, the rotary pot, if it's not, I mean, it's nice by virtue of the fact that it's a giant piece of metal, but like the rest of it, yeah, man, that is a nice piece of equipment. I could send that back to you. All right, so let's get this fan out of here. I wanna see if this fan is in bad shape or not. Hold on, I'm gonna burp. Oh, I did mute for that. Good. Well, not just instant replay. I mean, it's also for recording. Hold on. Ooh, that burp brought up with it a lot of acid. Ow, 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 ow. Man, it was such a satisfying burp, only to have it, like, burn my esophagus. All right. What I do like is that Black Magic pretty much used the same fastener everywhere. And not only is it a Torx fastener, it has a built-in washer. I mean, in broadcast, you're repairing a lot of your equipment on the fly. It's another Go fan. Uh-oh. They only used Go fans in this. Oh, the fan did not... I mean, it made some weird noises at first, but when I got to it, like when I finally opened the unit, it was just pure crust. Co-fan, huh? Well, hopefully the leads don't come off of this one as easily. Retro Unlimited, thank you for following. What are we up against here? That's supposed to clip. 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 3 clips. Okay. Ah, tweezers are good enough for this. Hold on. Okay. Well, the LCD is next. In terms of what I want to initially look at. Sorry, that was just a very horrible burp. There are actually LEDs here, special ones. Special system LEDs for D6, D8, D5, and D4. No idea what they do, but they're there. We might want to check them for statuses when we boot it up, and we will boot it up. I mean, I initially booted it up, and all the lights for the buttons on the front panel came on, but yeah, it registers over USB. Were you saying that you could get into it with the web thing too? Why didn't that one cooperate? All the others cooperated. This one's just being dumb. No control over network. Okay. All right, step 1. Perfectly fine. You know, CoFan might have broken this whole device. CoFan might be the only reason that this device is on the bench today. Because CoFan apparently had a lot of crusty shit inside of their fan. I'm starting to think CoFan might not be all that reputable of a brand. The other one was a split lock washer. Oh, there it is. There's a split. I see it. Went away. There it is. I just want to work that split. See that? Pop that up. It's not popping up. What is your deal? You bent my tweezers. Hold on. I gotta fix all this stuff. Fix it, fix it, fix it. Yeah, okay. Those are fixed. Let's use the pin tool. It's always the simple stuff that takes out these things, right? Everybody was expecting the usual suspects, the capacitors. but in this case, overheating. All right, so there's a little split washer. Easier to install than to uninstall, especially without making a mess. Same bearing kind of set up in this. Push it through. Release the fan. Damn it. Yeah, this one's in perfectly fine shape. There's no evidence of rust at all on this one. Not a single little bit of rust. And our bearings stayed in too. Whereas on the other one, it was pure crust. What have you done? Yeah, so man, okay. The stator coils rusted to crap. Yeah, listen. You see the title. Who said anything about the front panel? But yeah, so far, looks like manufacturing defect in the fan. That's what I'm chalking it up to, because these two fans are the exact same brand that were probably installed in the same environment, and they were under the same conditions, except if you really want to make an argument on that, the argument that you could make is that the other fan was more protected from the environment than this one, because this one is actually exposed to the outside world. It's right up against the vent. I'm trying to pick this thing up, but it's just not cooperating. Oh, it's Devrat 2012. Yeah, it's, I mean, man, that has to be a manufacturing defect. There's no other justification that I can really assign to that. Gotta get that to press all the way in, because I gotta put this back in. 2 years? And it was manufactured in 2014. All right, here, I'm gonna do this on this camera because it was super far away. How am I gonna press down on just that piece? I don't think I have something small enough. I don't think this is small enough. Nope, that doesn't nearly do it. Doesn't even do it a little bit. Tweezers, that's all I got. I could push another washer in there with a smaller... Okay, I'm about to sneeze again. It would have been cool if they had used a heat pipe setup. That would have been probably a good solution for them to use, but they didn't do that. They used two separate fans. One of them to blow air out of the device, and the other one to blow air across the heat-producing main processor, which really, to be honest, that seems epoxied on. I'm not sure if overheating thermal compound will cause it to extra stick. All right, so without destroying the fan, I was able to at least get that done. Oh yeah, those little ones are maybe the iFixit ones, maybe security torques. I don't know, you guys are all trying to solve these problems that I'm actually literally not having. I've had CPUs and computers get so stuck that they've ripped pins off. Yeah, I guess that can happen to cheap thermal goop. Let's take a look at the front panel, because I have a feeling that something's going on there. Well, or it's just not lighting up because the processor is responsible for doing stuff. That was decades ago. Yeah, I mean, they could have, who knows what vintage their thermal goop is. It's the cheapest stuff money can buy, I'll tell you that much. They didn't use your typical, like, goop, right? Oh, the fan sticker. Yeah, you're right. You're right, 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 you're right. When you're right, 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 you're right. Where did the cables go? Right here. Co-fan. When you want your device to run just outside of the warranty, Co-fan's got you covered. We guarantee that we won't die within the warranty. The fan is super ultra crusty. Yeah, it's a load bearing sticker. That's a load bearing poster. That fan right there was the fan on the main processor. Basically just like a North Bridge. Probably an FPGA, because FPGAs are pretty hardcore for this kind of stuff. Makes sense that they would have an FPGA on this thing. The fan that cooled this is a 40mm fan, which is like the simplest thing in the whole fucking wide world to source for your device. I mean, actually this one might have a 70mm, but my oscilloscope is a 40mm fan. Replaced it with an Octojay. Well, this one had a co-fan. Typically, you're not opening up devices like this to replace the fans. Although now, now I'm tempted. Apparently, it lived in a room that sounded like fans, because obviously it was in a production environment with rack-mounted devices. Rack-mounted devices can be fairly loud in terms of fans, especially if you're buying like PDUs and stuff like that. You're doing computer stuff with rack mount stuff. Holy shit, the devices are loud. But anyway, so that fan got crust-malicious and just fucking deleted itself. Where did the spindle go? There it is. Sorry, not the spindle, the stator of this fan. We've seen a lot of the interiors of fans, but this is the crustiest. What did I just clicked in a bad spot. Okay, I'm clicking back over here. This is just the crustiest of the crusty. This is insane. That looks like Groovy's piston. Oh, don't bring Groovy's piston into this. He was so heartbroken to have that happen to his car. At least he's going to be able to like have a cooler motor at the end of this. But it's very loud in that room. Yeah, so I don't think it was the redoing of the acoustic tiling that took this device out. I don't think it was the redoing of the acoustic tiling. It's a good theory. It's a great theory, actually. But it didn't affect the other fan at all. Who's Groovy? If you were following the Discord, you would know. So yeah, this is crusty beyond all crust. All I can think of is that this would be a manufacturer's defect. It had to be. Although this is a pretty extreme thing for a fan to do. Maybe this specific fan somewhere in manufacturing got dipped in salt water. Or, you know, whatever container they were in, somebody spilled liquid on. I don't know. But this is not... Sorry, I'm taking a sip. This is not a this device failure, right? This is not a failure of the ownership of the device. And I said that at the beginning. Like, this thing has been in a professional environment and it's been taken care of. This is in fact the manufacturer, or you know, one of the manufacturers, the manufacturer of the fan, manufacturer of the device. Something happened to this fan. The implication is that the circuitry of the FPGA doesn't have a temperature cutoff. Yeah, I know. It'd be better if this device just like kind of like slowed down and said, "Hey, I'm overheating." That's not a hard thing to program. That's like 5 lines of code. Hey, if my device registers on this diode that I am over a zillion fucking degrees, maybe like shut the unit down and let the person know that it's overheating to the extreme. We're talking about Black Magic here, so maybe they didn't have that kind of foresight. But yeah, like in order to monitor the temperature of a device like this, you can bring it down to a surface mount diode and just sense that diode. There's actually circuitry built into a lot of these chips nowadays that do that for you. Back in, what was it, the 2000s, I had an IBM that I took apart, an IBM laptop that I took apart that had a specific chip. It was great. Like everything had its own chip, but it had a specific chip whose purpose was if you have a diode, and I'm not talking about a temperature sensor, I'm talking about a diode. You literally would have a diode sitting underneath your processor or whatever you wanted. You could have a diode out in the open to do that. You had a diode for each hard drive to give it a temperature. And then you would read, with this device, it would read from that diode because the properties of the diode change over temperature range. And that would tell you the temperature at that localization point, and then you could report that back to the computer. So that's been around for a long time. Yeah, you could even, with an FPGA, you could, aside from the analog parts of measuring the diode, you could program that into this. So if it's the FPGA, theoretically, you could replace it. It'll receive its configuration through other circuitry and just work. I don't know about that. I don't think that's the case here. I mean, they could have done FPGA to ASIC, right? I'm assuming that it's an FPGA. It's probably not. Let's be honest. It could have been, it could be the result of a glob top, you know, where you start with an FPGA, you design your thing, and then you go to a glob top in order to do final testing, and then you get your chip made that's an ASIC. That was a process that I knew a little bit about a long time ago. That'd be so cool if you had a chip that was just so useful in an industry that you did that process with it, and then you manufactured or had somebody manufacture your chip that you could sell everywhere, and people would like buy it and find it useful. There's a dream. Holy shit. That'd be so cool. Of course, then somebody's going to figure out another way to do it, like in a month. Front panel. How flimsy does the board feel? Not at all. Man, this is good. This is a multi-layer. We've got at least 2 layers on this thing, if not 6. The difference between a 4 and a 6-layer board is undetectable, aside from the organization and stuff that you're seeing here. It's an interesting point that I don't get across enough. The reason that I know that this is more than 2 layers is in 2 layers you do not waste a via. A via is a little rivet, not a rivulet. It's a little rivet that goes through the entirety of the circuit board. So that little thing right there is like a really long rivet that goes from one end of the board all the way to the other. You've got certain layers on a circuit board. Those of you that don't know about this stuff, actually, hold on, let me rephrase that. Those of you that know about this stuff, shut the fuck up for just a second here, and I'm going to talk about how circuit boards are made. So here's the thing. When you make a circuit board, it is a piece of fiberglass, and you'll say, but oh bother, a piece of fiberglass does not conduct electricity. You are correct. A piece of fiberglass does not conduct electricity. So on the outside of the fiberglass, what you do is you coat it with copper. And if you guys could type copper, could everybody just type copper into the chat until Copper changes his settings in whatever IRC client he uses? So in a circuit board, you put a layer of copper on top of the PCB, on top of the fiberglass PCB. From there, you etch away the parts that aren't needed, right? So that gets etched away by either chemicals or lasers or a combination of any of the above, maybe heat and a bunch of other stuff. That's why I like to let other companies etch my circuit boards, because you have to have all these terrible chemicals around, right? You have to like heat it and circulate it and do all this other crap to it that I just don't want to deal with. It's like terrible, horrible chemicals. So anyway, you have copper on that PCB. If you want to get a signal from one side of your board to the other, what you need to do is you need to put in a via. Vias are done in a couple different ways. So a physical hole is drilled into the board. A little tiny circle around that is etched. Not in that order, it's in the other order. So you etch a little circle, and then you come through with an automated drill that'll drill every single one of these holes exhaustively. But that doesn't connect one layer of the board to the other. The other way that you can do the connection between the layers, you can literally add a little collar to the hole and then expand it out in order to bridge the connection to everything. That's not used so much in industry. Typically in industry, they'll just plate the hole. So plated through vias, right? So that's going to put a tower of, it's basically just a hole through your entire design. Every single layer you have to be careful about with those vias. So vias aren't something that you just sort of like haphazardly throw around with no connection to them. In a 2-layer circuit board on something like a big ground plane like this, you might see vias going along the perimeter in order to connect the copper on one side to the copper on the other and produce like a shield out of the whole thing, and also to get, you know, electrical continuity across. You also see something called blind vias, which aren't so blind here. They're vias that you don't actually see on the outside. Some of them would be holes where you can... Premiere, thank you for following. Some of them might be blind vias because you can run like a top layer over it or something like that. So what I'm seeing here is I'm seeing vias that aren't connected to anything. So those are designed to pull a signal, a trace, a wire from one side of the board, one layer of the board to another layer of the board. Now I'm seeing a lot of them here, right? Seeing a lot of them here with nothing connected to them. So if this is a 2-layer board, this would be an absolutely functionless thing to do. So that would be how I know that it is at least a 4-layer board. Beyond that, I have absolutely no idea how you would know whether or not it's a 6-layer board. I'm basing it off of the fact that I can't see anything through this, where there's clearly no copper on the top layer, but I'm not seeing through any other layers. It might be just that there's a big blank space on top of this for that. But yeah, maybe 6 layers. It's unknown. It's not really knowable unless you really get into staring at the side of the board, like with a microscope. It's just not something that we can figure out. You know, we could try to look really, really closely at this, but it doesn't really give us an idea. So. All right, hold on. One sec. Okay, all right. It's super humid here on the East Coast. It just rained like hell. So yeah, a lot of cool stuff going on. What? Hold on. A lot of cool stuff going on this board. Got a lot of very, very advanced stuff. And the reason that, and somebody was saying earlier, I'm not going to name them, I can tell this board is metric because everything is nice and organized. That's stupid. It's a dumb thing to say. Metric or imperial, it doesn't matter. Everything here is laid out a particular way. I mean, these smaller chips are definitely going to follow a metric standard, but like these guys are following an imperial standard. So it's not really, it's not a thing. The reason that everything is so organized on this is because they have many, many layers. Is that a freaking LED right next to this piece? What the hell? That's cool. I wonder what that's doing. You don't see that a lot. The reason that this thing is so organized is because they have so many layers that they can put stuff really close to each other and still keep those maximum whatever mil standoff distances that they need in order to run their signals around. Look at the size of this. Look at the size of this fucking capacitor compared to the size of the actual supply line of it. That's crazy. You think these capacitors are so big because for a reason, you know? They're just sending it through as an AC filter, I think. That's probably a ferrite bead. This is coming from the back panel. Signal comes in from the back panel, goes through a ferrite bead, goes directly through a capacitor, and then into some kind of a receiver. And those are probably the YPRPB or whatever. Sorry. BYRY. Y, BY, and RY coming in through here, going into some kind of a something or other chip. Some kind of an interpreting chip that does the interpreting for it, and then it interprets it maybe into this chip, and then that chip goes into something else, and then it dances around, and then it probably goes into the big guy down here. where it gets put into memory and then put into even more memory off board. Like these things, they probably have big lines that go back into here, probably directly into this guy. Everything's probably designed around that giant processor in the middle of everything. Yep. All these audio processing things, trying to get it digital as soon as possible so that it can be stored appropriately. Pretty cool that Black Magic did all this engineering for this thing, man. Just wish they bought a better fan. Let's look at the front panel. Who is U54? Oh God, we're never gonna find it again, man. Why do you ask me these specific questions? U4, U2, U6, those are memory. 45, 51, U20, ADV 78, blah blah blah. I don't care. God, do I not care? U33, what is that? Huh. Black Magic stuff is amazing. Bean counter decisions over off-the-shelf parts never are. Yeah. Oh, 8-leg thing? Probably an op amp. 24C64 up. You can look that up. It's either, this is either an I2C memory module or an op amp, because that's really the only time you see stuff like this in these boards. It's either, and I'm gonna have to guess that these are probably op amps. Well, actually, you know what? No, they're probably more complicated than that. Something like this might be a couple op amps. This, I'm gonna guess, is either memory or an op amp. If there's two lines that come off of it. Yeah, two lines coming off of it with two resistors. That's an I2C memory module for this chip right here. (24C I2C, 25C SPI EEPROM). Well, there you go. But you have to ask about it. All right. This is a crystal, if anybody was wondering, and this is a capacitor, and this is probably a diode. Well, it looks like a capacitor. This is some kind of an interpreting chip. This is probably a memory module. This is an ASIC. This is RAM. This is the main processor. With all that memory around, it smells a lot like an FPGA. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. We got 5 high-powered RAM chips in here, and this thing is designed specifically to do high-speed 4K video storage. It's got to be an FPGA. If it is not an FPGA, it was formerly an FPGA, and it's been turned into an ASIC. You think it's based on the Spartan 6? Who knows? But I mean, Black Magic, what are they? They're an American company, right? So they're probably using whatever tools were available widely in 2012, 2011. So yeah, we're talking Spartan in that case. Spartan was very big back then. They still are, but damn, you want big brain electrical engineering stuff, start getting into FPGAs, man. Those guys have throbbing fucking giant, they're fucking throne-brained. Those guys are the smartest. They're like the elite in terms of electrical engineering. Those dudes, they think differently because of their giant testicular, testosterone-powered brains. Let's get these two drive caddies out of here and we can start. They're Australian. Oh, cool. Okay, I did not know that. Well, they still have enormous brains, and it's a wonder they survived. Maybe it's the hostility of the country they're from that allows them. It's, you know what it is? It's their ground harnesses that really keep them on the, you know, on the level there. both bigger FPGA manufacturers make their own boot and firmware chips. I know for some of them you can actually like download other processors. You're like, man, I really feel like having this thing on a Pentium 3. You could just drag and drop a Pentium 3 into the software. And they're like, yeah, we'll just configure this bank of memory in order to, ow, that was a very pointy through-hole thing, in order to be in the Pentium 3. It's like, all right, man, cool. I don't know why emulator people haven't gotten more into FPGAs, because that seems like a pretty powerful thing to do, right? You don't even need that powerful of an FPGA. You could probably use some of the micro FPGAs to do that. And just say, like, hey, here's a Famicom, like transistor by transistor, or like here's Sega Saturn, transistor by transistor. FPGA development is hard because you quickly run out of FPGA space. They're getting bigger and bigger. They're getting bigger and bigger. Some of the, I mean, what are the, have they managed to emulate most of the consoles at this point? Because I know there were some of them that were like, people were like, you're never going to be able to do it because the hardware is just so different from what you can find today. And I'm like, that's not true because computers are getting fucking really super duper fast. You just emulate around that, right? Means buying hardware and you have to delit a chip. Yeah. Well, you don't necessarily have to delit it. You can X-ray it. But getting your hands on an X-ray microscope is, hey, you know, college kids have access to all kinds of good stuff. These are interesting parts. I don't think I'll ever need any. I don't think I'll ever need anything like this. But the Analog Super NT. What is that? What is that? Sorry, had to take a sip of my prune juice. Holy hell. If I were a smart man, I might think that they thought somebody would really, really, really wanna just punch this knob right here. Because this thing, that is robust. And the fact is, I don't see any side openings on this thing. Yeah, prune juice. Analog's a manufacturer of nicely made FPGA-based, yeah, chips for game consoles. If I ever had a project that needed buttons like this, man, this would be so cool. Whoever designed this front panel is on top of their game. Like, this is cool. This is a very well-designed front panel. Not only do we have LEDs that shine through the PCB, so they're turned around to point through the PCB, so all the LEDs. Libernax, thank you for following. I'm gonna burp. Do not burp. Do not burp. So, all of the LEDs, hey, Cosmo Quest X. Cosmo Quest Cross. How you guys doing? Cosmo Quest Raid. How's everybody doing? How's it going, Veronica Cure? So, we're taking apart a piece of device technology that was sent in by Theotherlonestar. Not the one you're thinking of, it's the other Lone Star. The other Lone Star sent this in. This thing lived in a studio its whole life. An air-conditioned, I would guess environmentally controlled studio with acoustic tiling on the walls. Not even slightly exposed to the elements at all. But it died. Oh, and it was at head height in the rack, right? Head height in the rack. Everything was doing great. Everything was doing great. Look at all this stuff. Wonderful. And then it died. Then it died. The nice OLED screen died. The whole unit died. This is a device that is for recording video at 4K very fast. It has indicators around the drives that you just slot into here because there are a lot of cameras and professional studio gear just take SSDs now. You know, they decided, yeah, whatever, you know, memory cards, we're done with that. No SD cards anymore. They don't store enough. We can get terabytes on an SSD. So you buy a bunch of SSDs and you use them like cartridges. And so they would slot into these two things like a cartridge. LEDs surrounding them would illuminate to tell you what was going on with it. It would stop recording on one drive when it got near full, moved over for the other. We never used it for 4K, just 1080. Yeah, it's capable of, I should say. This is 2014 is when this thing was made. But yeah, using it for 1080 means that it actually, you know, would last for a decent amount of time. Hold on, I gotta let my stomach win for a minute here. Okay. All right. All right, I'm back. So this thing stopped moving. Cassettes are still around. Do people still use DAT drives? I thought DAT was dead. I thought SSDs killed DAT. 2014, lots of PCM CIA and compact flash still in use. Yeah, professionally? Yeah, it might have been a little bit pricey, but we're talking about professional stuff, guys. We're not talking about, you know, you running out to the computer store. We're talking about professionals where they're going to be making, you know, like $100,000 on these recordings. So it's worth it to spend $500 on a 1 terabyte SSD, you know? Come on, guys. Try to keep up. There were no burst caps inside of this thing, no. What are you talking about? Were you talking about something else? Because, yeah, all the caps are totally fine. No, the thing that killed it was that the fan went crusty. And as far as we can tell, there's nothing else wrong with this. Yeah, this is used to record live talks with multi-billion-dollar companies, famous celebrities, and politicians. It's not like we're going to use VHS. Exactly. So, yeah, you guys are like, oh, it's super expensive. Nobody would do that. Well, got news for you, man. Things are different when you cross over into the world of professional recording. Things are a little different. Yeah, they're recording it onto mini disc. Yeah, but do people still use DAT? Or is that just like consumer people doing DAT? Because I figured like DAT is like you might as well just do an SSD. But yeah, so this fan got really, really crusty, and this fan was responsible for cooling the main processor of the thing. By the way, Groovy, you got your cylinders. This is the state of the stator of this fan was compared to the state of your cylinders. You're getting a junkyard motor. Are you going to do the endoscope on it to take a look at the pistons and everything? Or are you going to full rebuild the junkyard motor? Because that would be awesome. That'd be super cool. Groovy's car went kind of tits up. He lost compression on his cylinder. Did it collide with the valve or something? So he's got to put something new into his Mustang. How long would it take for something to get that rusty? Apparently 2 years. Although this thing was made in 2014. But yeah, a little 40 millimeter fan spelled disaster for this entire unit. Now you have 7 extra pistons and connecting rods. Is a Mustang an interference engine? I don't know enough about that stuff. All right. So from what we can see on this board, I'm gonna cough. Yeah, a zip drive. Who wouldn't want to hear that thing click? Okay, so this thing is really well made. I mean, a lot of the stuff in this thing is really well made. The one fan was apparently the demise of this whole device. Now, I don't see evidence of heat over time being a factor in that everything looks pristine and new underneath the processor. On top of the processor, just a little bit of evidence of there being a bit of crustiness to the fan. Other than that, every single other part of this device looks brand new. That's a testament to the environment that it was kept in. This thing was kept in a pristine environment. I have no doubt in my mind. So I think that this is a manufacturer defect fan. Fan manufacturer defect fan. Because there's a second fan from the same company that sits in the top part of the enclosure. It's exposed to the exact same air that this fan is. Why would this fan become a crusty nonsense mess while the other one didn't? This is just oxidation over time. Maybe there's a little bit of a coating over the metal on this one. Yeah, they're literally like one is here. One is here. The other one is right there. It is like 4 inches away. 5 maybe if you want to be generous with the distance. That's insane. 2 fans, only fans, same manufacturer. One of them is utter crust. The other one is perfectly fine. That's the cool part about today. That's the weird thing that we've discovered today. That's why I like this kind of stuff. Taking stuff apart, rooting through it, and seeing what's going on. Yeah, the good fan was the exhaust. That fan actually had more exposure to the outside world than the other one. The other one is fully internal. There are no vents on this thing. All of the air would have been pulled in through the SSD slots, which makes sense. I guess they might want to get a little bit of cooling on the SSDs. But all the air, like the lion's share of the air is coming in through here, passing over the other fan, and then being exhausted out to the outside world. But that fan is sitting right next to the outside world. No crust. None at all. This one has all of that air wafting over it, all the same exact air. Crust. Gotta be a fan manufacturer defect. Man. To predict the future. If you could go back in time, what would you do? I would tell Theotherlonestar to replace a fan inside of his Black Magic recorder and be like, who are you? Oh, so this did, oh, that's right, you did mention that it got sent to Black Magic and they were like, I can't do anything. There's a chance Black Magic didn't open it up. Maybe they powered it and set the default broken response. Yeah. Yeah, they just saw the lights light up and went, what year is this thing from? Okay, we can't do anything about it. It's ridiculous, though, because it was their fucking fan that killed it. 2 years in service, and this thing just goes tits up. All right, I want that encoder. I mean, I want to take all this stuff out, and then we'll plug it all in, like disassembled, and we'll just see what it does, right? It's not like I did much with this thing. I just heated it up a little bit. It's not fixed. I don't think there's a way that I can fix it, because we can't confirm if it has anything to do with the heat on this chip itself. But there's a lot of cool stuff in here. I want to take a look at some of it too. There's no air, and the only air intake that I can see is the back of the drives. I think this is where most of the air is coming in. And so I would think that the air coming in here would go across the SSDs, across the main processor, and then out that fan on the side. So it actually is a decent airflow. Okay, so I guess I want to remove all the screws on this thing to see what's underneath. What they've done here is they've done a thing that's like fairly recent in front panel design, which is having the LEDs go through the board. If the LEDs go through a machined hole in the board, and then you can have your buttons go right up against the board on the other side, so nothing's interfering. So you're illuminating through that, and it also moves your LED away so that your illumination has room to spread out. You can see here where the drives come through, there are just a bunch of LEDs facing inwards on it. Actually, that actually harkens back to the first time Lone Star ever watched one of my streams. He watched when we were working on Burn the Subs, and I was working on those little lights, the little spinny lights that are on Burn the Subs. Little spinny lights on Burn the Subs were like this. They were LEDs that are designed to be soldered at a right angle up against the board so that they illuminate crossways. Whoever made those lights decided that this would be the best way to represent an actual spinning light on like a cop car or whatever. And the thing is, like, That didn't work out for the other device. For the other device, you know, when you've got one of those spinning lights, what it used to be was a reflector and a lamp, and the reflector would spin around the lamp. I'm gonna burp. That was a big burp. You'd have a lamp, and then you have a thing that spins around the lamp, like a reflector. That's what they're kind of trying to replicate, right? So in order to do that, in order to replicate that, if you've got a plastic cone and an LED that's facing outwards, all you're gonna see is an LED facing outwards. It doesn't look like one of those lamps. So what I ended up doing was taking these and flipping them up, like right side up, so that they faced up in that little cone. And facing up in the little cone, they look a little bit more like a reflector spinning inside. Just a little bit more. It was a lot of work, and I was cursing these things like hell. But anyway, that was one of the first streams that Lone Star saw. Yeah, they're pairs of red and green LEDs that do a little dance around the drive, which is kind of cool. Like if you're in a recording environment, it's nice. Having a visual indicator of what's going on is always nice to have. Possibly not necessary, but I don't know. I'd argue that it was necessary because it's good to see stuff actually happening on your recording device, right? It's not like you can see the reels spinning anymore. Or maybe you can. Oh, bother, I watch the reels spin, and I exclusively use SSD recorders. Actually, you could see the reels spin if you look closely. You're just not smart enough, and I'm here and I'm smart, so I know a thing about reel recording. All right, so let's get this thing off of this board. Which is just another group of these screws. I don't know what to do with this thing when we're done with it. I don't know if it's... I guess it is fully dead. Black Magic is not going to repair it. So we can see what kind of components we got in this thing. It's not like I don't want to destructively remove that heat sink. It feels too bad. If I was hoping that I'd be able to repair it and then I just wouldn't have any use for it because I don't need to record stuff in this way. It would be kind of cool if I could use a rack mount recorder though. You know what, for me that doesn't make any sense. All I need to do is bulk storage. So this kind of device doesn't do anything. Harvest for parts. Yeah, the power supply is buck standard DigiKey, Jameco, you can find these everywhere. These are great because, you know, not everybody wants to design their device from the ground up to have a professional power supply in it. If you're going to power your whole device off of 12 or 24 volts, you can just buy one of these. You just hook it up. This is a lot of rack-mounted audio equipment does this. They just buy one of these units from like Jameco, and they buy 1,000 of them, and then they put them in their device on standoffs, and that's all you need to do. One of these almost killed me during a co-op job. Maybe that's a story for another day. No, I'm just kidding. In the co-op job, what we had the rack-mounted case with all the audio shit in it, kind of like this. It was a much larger device, but we had the rack-mount device like this. Power supply was on one side like that, right? It was on the left side. Part of the co-op job was that we were just testers, right? We were just push the button, right? Push the button endlessly until we find a problem. And it showed us a little bit about how these types of audio devices are put together, vetted out, and you know, they make sure that they work, because like some big name musical acts were using these devices that we were working on. And if they had a piece of equipment fail on them once, they would never use it again, and they would tell all their friends. So we had to make sure that this stuff actually fucking worked. What we had were a bunch of multi-track recorders with somebody going 1, 1, 1, and then 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 4, 4, 4, etc. And so we had to take a mic cable, plug it into the back of the unit, 1, 1, 1, okay, plug it in the back of the unit, 2, 2, 2, all right, 3, 3, 3, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right, you know, for like 32 channels. So we had an open design for the test things. They were on racks, but the racks were on shelves. So we had shelves with rack-mounted devices sitting on them, plugged into the wall with a power supply like this, and we were going like this. And so my arm came into contact with this motherfucker right here, this little heat sink here on the side of these I hate these things. The potential between this and ground is 75 volts. So I got 75 volts through my hand. I should have sued. From then on, we put a Mylar sheet over top of these things. We hole punched Mylar so that it would fit over the standoffs, and it would just make a little dome over this thing so that you couldn't short it out with your human skin. That piece of shit. I'm not happy with anything that puts 75 volts through my freaking hand is not, it's on my shit list. All right, let's get this thing up. Oh boy. This is designed to be within a millimeter of fitment. Holy shit. This is crazy. What now? Huh. I mean, maybe one day I'll design something with a front panel that could use these. So yeah, it's rubbly buttons sitting on a circuit board with little covers over them. They're very soft. I don't know. I feel like the softness of these buttons doesn't really fit the design of the rest of the thing, but yeah, those are they just have punch holes that fit them onto the circuit board, and then, oh, look at that. 4 contacts. I gotta get these out of the way. They're gonna make a mess. No, they're not. So they actually have 4 contact points, which is interesting. I'm amazed I didn't lose any of the plastic covers when I took apart that panel. Those would be the first thing to go. Man, this aluminum is so nicely machined too. I really like the color that they put on this thing, if it's anodized or bead blasted or what. Man, that's nice. I don't know. We see that becoming a rack mount device in my shop? I don't think so. So I made my own video recorder. A nice DIY stream deck. If I had one of those desks, because Julian always has these desks that have openings where you can actually rack mount stuff. You can put screws into the wood and it'll hold the... But I like clicky buttons. You can put clicky buttons under stuff like that. They don't usually do that. I don't know what it is about the audio industry loving to have the rubber buttons that you can really punch. Like, wow, you can feel that so well. I don't know. They don't like clicky buttons. They like ones you can really slam down on. I guess that's how they get musical timing right. So yeah, these have 4 contacts, 1 in each corner, and then 2 possible LED color. Well, actually, looks like a bicolor. Yeah, I guess maybe the sound of the clicky button is another thing. I put a bit of a clicky button for Tom's button. I'm wondering if I need to redesign it to use a soft button. He had to put a piece of foam around it because even the little punch over that button did, because it's a controller button and not like a audio environment button. Even that little punch with his setup, it sounded like boom, like it made a lot of noise. So I guess big soft buttons mean you can really punch it and it's not going to make a lot of noise. That's the theory that I'm going with, and it seems to be confirmed by Lone Star and other people in chat. Yeah, look at that. That's weird. You don't normally see that. You see a big contact in the middle. These are designed to be illuminated, which is really interesting to me. You want to feel the click and not hear it. But then they're plastic fronted. But I guess the plastic is probably hitting soft enough that it doesn't make a noise on the return. So that's a very interesting button design that I could see myself getting behind. Here's our buddy right here is the screen, which, we know doesn't work. Fat chance I'm going to be able to get anything to actually illuminate the screen at this point. I'm a little reticent to get too far into it, And we could take a look and see if we could. We probably can't find anything with the part number. Well, I think it's less about hitting it off center and having it register and more about illuminating it. I think that's the entire purpose of why the button's split up like that. I would wager, because you want that LED to be in the middle. And I guess whichever one of those makes contact, yeah, will still make contact. So, hey, that could be a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B. I understand that part, but I don't understand the MOSFET connecting the circuit to the cooling part. What? Cooling part? What? What? Huh? Could be just a port expander. I mean, like, you've got a lot of LEDs. This is the entire presentation to the user, right? Oh, you're talking to something else. Okay. Why, man, they love these chips. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 of those chips are responsible for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, maybe it's enough channels. I mean, there's only 12 buttons. 12 buttons, 3 LEDs a button, and then a shit ton of LEDs down here. I'm going to guess I2C port expander. Oh, wondering why they make the PSU heat sinks occasionally a shock hazard? They're not occasionally a shock hazard. They are always at high potential to ground. It's just because of the way the FETs are built, yeah. Because of the way the FETs are built, that pin that's also dumping all the heat happens to also carry a lot of potential on it. A lot of potential that's being switched in the power supply. My butt hurts. I'm going to stand up. Hold on. They lit up red and white. Okay. Cool. Let's see what this chip is, because this chip might actually be useful. If we are harvesting this thing for parts, I might as well do the due diligence and figure out what the hell this thing is. Yeah, the chances of me actually being able to even remotely start to fix this stuff is very low, because it's just beyond what I would be able to fix. Like, I feel like the chip is fried. Everything else in this thing looks new. Everything else in this thing looks new. TLC? I haven't heard of them since... Oh my god. Oh my god. I haven't heard from TLC since 2014. What does it mean? Also, who did the chemming with Black Magic design? Jesus Christ. Black Magic. You guys need to learn some chemming. This is ridiculous. All right, I'm moving this out. All right, so. All right. Pull my pants up. Sit back down on the stool. These are wooden stools from the 1960s, so they're not very comfortable. So I'm trying to figure out what this chip is. We got to get a little closer. It's gonna be a little shaky. Ah, the logo's fine. I just want to make a joke. You guys let me have my show. All right. I have to be humorless. I have to be personalityless on this. Hello and welcome to Oh Bother. Today we are going to look at electronics. Here is the schematic. This is how it works. It uses this schematic in order to function. The end. Thank you for watching. Outro music.exe. TLC 5924. Don't punch it in the chat. Oh, it's fine. TLC 5924. 24. TLC 5924. From TI. What? Oh, I'm just putting some scrap material that fell over my keyboard to the side. 16 channel LED driver and pre-charge FET. That's a lot of channels. I mean, how many? Okay, let's theoretically, how many channels are we actually driving here? And how many of these do we need to channel all the drivers? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 64, 66, 78, 80, lost count, 80, 81, 2, 3, 4, 90, 92. But I don't think these are LEDs. 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 3, 4. 104. (104) over 16. 6 of these units. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, that makes sense. They got 2 different teams working on it. Maybe you got a bunch of different devices with different layouts and stuff. You're going to need a couple extra. You might have one that does front panel buttons and doesn't fully fill up the last one, and then the other one does hard drive lights and doesn't fully fill up that one either. But you don't want one person to have all those tasks because you have to actually deliver the schematic on time. So yeah, rounding up instead of I think it's more of like 2 people worked on it. Is this a useful chip at all? We're a sync driver, so we're driving to ground. Channel's an on-off state, no, 128. 128. I don't think that's as good as some of the better LED drivers out there. The LED strip drivers, they've got like 256, I believe, on the really good ones. Ladricio, hey, how you doing, man? Back for Blood demo's over, so I figure you don't have anything to stream, right? Are you just done streaming because Back for Blood demo ended? That's a game that actually got you guys to come to Pennsylvania, huh? How's it going? We're repairing like a live recording device that was used in NY Times, I believe, and it just up and died. We know why, we just can't repair it. The reason that it died was because one of the fans went completely crusty. What were you guys doing over there? What were you guys playing? Don't say Tarkov. If Oatmeal Man is here, I'm gonna guess you were playing Tarkov. It was Tarkov, wasn't it? Tarkov in the beginning? Is there like a Swedish service that I can call that'll come and help you? You need help. I was asleep during the Tarkov. Dying Light, damn it. I selectively missed it, yeah. So this is a 16-channel constant current sync driver. Each channel's on-off in 128 steps. What the hell's dot correction? 2 error information circuits. LED open driver indicates broken or disconnected. This might be too complicated for me to use. Drop kicking zombies. I need to do more gaming streams. I haven't been able to do one in a little while. I would like to get my stream computer into the rack mount so that I can just, you know, get it to the side, get that part done, and then I can think about doing a little bit of game streaming. I can kind of tighten. I can sort of what is it? Dot the I's, cross the T's on my setup here. ADHD birthday stream tonight. I'm not gonna be around, but yeah, we showed off ADHD's coasters earlier. People were asking about those. ADHD streams too late for me to raid, which is unfortunate. The lowercase j's can go fuck themselves, all right? So what is dot correction? SLC to XLAT, dot correction. Can we explain what the fuck dot correction is, please? Dot correction, 7-bit, individual adjustable for each channel. So is dot correction, so this is an important part. This is an important part of creating a front panel, is when you've created your front panel, all of your resistors on your LEDs, or whatever you're using in this case. What are we doing with this thing? Hold on. This is a big data sheet. Dear God. Are we putting resistors on these? We're not. All right, so maybe this will save you. And well, that has a 470 ohm resistor on it. Where's my physical layout plan here? It's a weird chip for them to be using, but I guess it makes sense for them to use. This is something that they can control remotely and have all these LEDs do what they want it to do. However, all right, so that's what you know what I did when I was working at. Okay, here's this circuit. LEDs directly to the thing. So that's what dot correction is in this. So dot correction for this thing is exactly what I'm about to explain. If you're making a front panel for something and you have a bunch of LEDs that are illuminating things like buttons and switches, or even just indicators that are going out to your person, what you need to do is, first of all, you know, select an appropriate resistor for it. Generally, the way that the more hasty manufacturers will do this is they will go, well, what's the max current of this LED? The max current of this LED is this number. Here's the voltage drop across it. That means I need this resistor to power it up to full. And they'll do that, and they'll turn on the device, and they'll go, done. Walk out of the room. Meanwhile, the room is completely illuminated by the blue LED, and you can't see anything else because your retina are just being obliterated by the fucking thing. That's not how you do a front panel. What you do is you select all of these components, you put them onto your device, and then you tweak them. That's the important part, is you put a different resistor on your blue LED in order to dim it down, in order to get it to match everybody else. And that way the colors that are coming out of your device are the same colors that you're programming into your device. SteelSeries is particularly guilty of doing this. They probably get a lot of mileage out of their blue LEDs, but this orange, this redder orange, doesn't look anything like this redder orange on the color palette that you program it with. The color palette you program it with, it is a dark red. The reason behind that is that dark red has less of the blues, less of the greens in it. They didn't balance their LEDs at all. That, I'm assuming, is what dot correction is for this. Dot correction is probably a way to cater the brightness of your LEDs to not overwhelm the other colors, so that you can actually say, well, I want it to be pink, and then it'll be pink. That's my thought anyway. I'm just guessing. That's just a guess, because I'm a streamer. I'm not smart. I'm a big dumb streamer. I just say what I want. That burp hurt. That was a very painful burp. Yeah, that's a lot of pain. Whoa. Yeah, anyway, this is a QFN quad flat no lead package with a heatsink in the middle. What does the first paragraph of the data sheet say? This is what I'm talking about with this stream. I can't get around these people. Are you talking about this paragraph? No, I'm a big dumb streamer. I just say what I want. Capability to fine adjust the current of each channel. Out 0 to 15 independently. This is also called dot correction. Yeah, they came up with some stupid industry term for that. Just the brightness deviation of LEDs connected to the output channels. Out 0 to 15. Each of the 16 channels can be programmed with a 7-bit word. The channel output can be adjusted 128 steps from 0 to 100% of the maximum out current IMAX. Dot correction for all channel must be entered at the same time. Jesus Christ, that's gotta suck. Equation 2 determines the output current. So IMAX DC in over 127. So they don't allow you to like rate correct. I don't know how linear the LEDs might be with their response, but being linear with the output. Because, like, I would assume that some of them are non-linear, right? I mean, okay, what the fuck do you want? Yes, okay, yes. It has the audacity, that alert right there, that little beep that my glucometer gave me, literally just told me a high glucose level was entered 2 hours ago. Like, and it had the audacity to have me click through this chart that you see right here, this basically two-dimensional side view of a butt, and then have the audacity to tell me, hey, did you know a high glucose level was entered 2 hours ago? It's like, no shit. Jeez. All right, glucose levels are normal though right now, which is good. It means that I've bolused enough. The reason that I didn't stream on Thursday was I had a condition that got me very close to going to the hospital again. It was the same thing that happened a couple of years ago when I went to the hospital for like a week. One of the what do you call it? One of the meds that I'm on tends to cascade upon itself. I've had a theory about it for a little while. And so it got to a head and I had to stay up till 5 a.m. monitoring myself, and I'm just getting out of that right now. So that's why I'm streaming to you guys. But we're doing something nice and easy today. We're just looking at a device. This thing looks like it would be an absolute pain in the butt to incorporate into a design. If I ever have something where I have a lot of LEDs that I'm going to be using, maybe I could think about doing this. Harvesting it from this board is not necessary. That's a little ridiculous. But if I really felt like it, I guess I could mess around with it. Okay, so the OLED screen on this thing is, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do anything with it. I mean, I can get it off of this thing. I'm gonna have to peel off, it's double-sided foam taped basically onto this. It's probably, yeah, it's just a big thick layer of foam tape all the way through. And then you've got the OLED screen on the front. I don't know if we can identify this at all. There are part numbers all over it. If I could find a driver for this thing, that would be absolutely superb. Now, this thing wasn't lighting up, most likely because the main processor for the unit just up and died. All right, best I can do. This is copyright 2011. 2011. What is that all about? I wonder how many different versions of this thing they have. Where's my focal point? 2011 on this thing. All right, let's try to look up this thing. So, got a lot of numbers here. 2018-07-16, that looks like a date. 2004-5A1. I don't know if that's going to come up with anything. Why would you... There's a dot in the part number. IFT 7K06969 FPC. Okay, I'm just going to look up that number. By the way, you guys should check out Ludricio if you get a chance. There are 3 releases of the HyperDeck. I bet the front panel, yeah, maybe it's the first model, and they just said, this is great. And they just kept with it. Yeah, the part number might be on the back of the panel. IFT 7K069. This is not going to come up with anything. FPC A1. E. Ah, as if. All right. So I gotta get behind it. Whew, man, ow. All right. Part of it wants to separate out. Oh, crunchy. No crunchy in the screen. Is that crunchy from lifting noises? No, it's crunchy from disassembly noises. All right, I gotta be careful with this. Let's see here. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get into this. This might not survive the day. I was hoping the problem would be so glaring and apparent that we would then be able to get to the rest of this. Or sorry, we'd be able to repair this, but it's just not repairable. If I plug everything back in right now, all it's going to do is give me a couple status lights and not power up. We really didn't do anything. Didn't do anything. The fact that it breaks immediately instead of runs for a little bit and then breaks is an indicator that the main processor is just dead. Just dead. Oh my god. Did they really? Yeah, they did. It's all foam tape back here. I guess I could get like a piece of mental floss and just go over the whole thing, but I know that guy. Heard of him before. Your voice sounds like Ashen's guy? Oh man, I don't know. Are they from the East Coast? Yeah, I mean, heat gun could do it. A little bit of alcohol drops behind it maybe could help loosen it up. But, yeah, I got the voice of a famous streamer. But I don't have the clout of a famous streamer. I don't want to break it. Everything I'm doing right now feels like I'm breaking it. Oh, hey, and then there's the guy from the emotes. I was like, whose emote is that? I mouse over, it's the Primogen. And he speaks up in my chat. What? Oh, yeah, let's just put gasoline on it and melt it. At least you don't sound like... What do you mean, at least? If I had 1% of that guy's voice is a cartoon. It's the, like, that is the, like, peak. That's why he's so popular. Am I gonna get alcohol in places that I don't want it to? Get? I don't know. Cartoon voice enabled, yeah, right? Jesus Christ. Ah! My beard is gonna taste weird after that. It's just like rubbing alcohol. Ashens is a British YouTuber who inspects Chinese gadgets on an old beat-up couch. Oh, yeah, that's right. I've been linked to those videos a couple times. I think. Yeah. Well, he's British, so I don't know why I don't know why it sounds like he's from Philadelphia. Because that don't make no sense. That don't make fucking sense. Got street ahead. That actually is working, weirdly enough. This is never meant to be disassembled, so don't feel bad. Well, I don't know. What I'm trying to do right now, aside from just remove the screen, is that I'm trying to actually get behind this thing because there might be a part number on the back of it. And it's kind of a long shot, but there's perhaps a possibility that... There's perhaps a possibility that we could find like a driver for it. This is an OLED screen from a Black Magic 4K video recorder from 2014 that gave up the ghost. It bit the big weenie in the sky, pining at the fjords. It died. It died a warrior's death. It was in a recording, a temperature-controlled recording booth with the best of conditions. The best of conditions. It was doing great. Until it died. The reason that it died was, as far as I know, a manufacturing defect in the fan itself. Look at that. The fan is what's super duper duper crusty. Only... God damn it, come back here. My camera's getting all weird. Loosened up a little bit. The fan itself, so if you know computer fans, like even the 40mm fans, they have this little stator inside of it with 4 coils, and those 4 coils are what basically make the magnet spin around. It's got a little one singular control chip, which is that guy right there, and that was glued to the substrate, which is why it's all broken. But that one singular control chip is there to monitor where the magnetic field is and keep this thing spinning. So this fan got crusty malicious. It did some horrible things to this bearing. If I can get proper light on the bearing, you'd be able to see that this bearing is actually burgundy as a result of probably heat. But the crusty stuff got into everything, right? The fan's buddy, which is a case fan, what sits just a couple of inches away. This little guy right here. A case exhaust fan that sits just a couple of inches away was in perfect working condition. This thing is new. This whole unit probably would not have failed were it not for overheating over time. This is kept in an area where it would be hard to determine whether or not that fan was making crusty noises, nor is it the type of device that you would go into and try to replace the fan on. So this thing over time just was subject to a shit ton of heat. And I believe that it is what resulted in the death of the unit. I don't have any evidence of water infiltration. Everything inside of the unit looks completely and utterly new. It looks brand new. So at this point, the chances of my fixing this are 0 to none, leaning on none. Oh, so that peels off super easy, but the rest of it had to fuck with me. You know, like, you know. That's so unfortunate. It's fortunate for us. It's unfortunate for Theotherlonestar and whoever he's working for, because their unit fucking died. They're probably able to afford another one or just get another one out of a closet. But it does suck to have something so nice just go tits up on you, right? Buying a broken unit off of eBay. I don't know, man. I don't know. The solution for them is to buy a new one. Because, you know, when you're in that, look, when you're in the situation where you're buying a $1,500 like 4K video recorder, you're using it for 1080p. You're buying a $1,500 4K video recorder and you're interviewing some high profile people, you don't mess around with that. Oh, the Primogen rated. I did not catch that. Jesus Christ, I'm rude. Hey, Primogen, thank you for the raid. I really appreciate that. I didn't notice it. I'm too out of it right now. I had kind of like a health thing a couple days ago, so I'm just tired. How's it going, man? How are you doing? Sorry, I'm dumb. I'm being big dumb streamer on Friday here and just kind of getting through this, right? DevRat's just gonna get them to buy a new solution. Yeah, it sucks that they have to do that. But yeah, if they're a nice studio with high profile clients, you're not getting on stuff off of eBay. You're gonna buy new. I gotta look into whether or not Lone Star, look into the Rodecaster. Tomato uses one. That's not why I'm looking at it, but hey, it's okay. I also use the term big dumb several times a day. I have a cold right now. Ooh, having a cold this day and age is like, oh man. Having a cold this day and age, you have to be like wear a pin that says, I just have a cold. No, I had diabetes shit almost put me in the hospital again. And it's not even like my fault. I just didn't catch like a subtle symptom of heartburn. Salty Bucket, thank you for following. Yeah, it sucks. It was like a couple years ago. I was in the hospital for a couple days because of this bullshit. Low energy streamer. Yeah, it's a multi-track. I'm not interested in it because of the recording. I'm interested in it because it has a de-esser and a compressor and an EQ for channel 1, and then it has a compressor and an EQ for channel 2. So Julian, you guys may know Julian. Julian wants to come back. He has all along. It's just we've varying degrees of having to separate because of fucking anti-vaxxers. but I want to get him back on the show, and he wants to come back in. Why are we all suddenly allergic to sugar? That's not what this is. Takeout, thank you for following. I had to down 6 liters of Gatorade, of powdered Gatorade on Tuesday night. Is that right? Yeah, Tuesday night to figure out what the fuck was going on with myself. But yeah, Rodecaster is for doing podcasts, but I figure I could channel it up a little bit and have like computer 1, computer 2, all that stuff mixed in and have it on a device, right? Torque! Thank you for gifting a sub to the Primogen. We'll put the Primogen up on the board. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it, man. Everybody go check out the Primogen. I love them wait, I shouldn't. That can be misconstrued. Well, thank you for giving me raids, the Primogen. I appreciate that. God damn it. I shouldn't laugh at that. Let's put you up on the board. Thank you guys for the follows, too. Much for the ad space. If you have to ask, you can't afford it. How focused in are we? Jeez, everything looks out of focus. Now, hopefully we don't have a massive collision, because that was the case earlier today. We've had 2 massive collisions on the board so far. Oh man, those heavy hiccup burps are they're bad. Wouldn't it be nice to know what causes the collisions? EBX 286 on a hardware solution. Yeah, let me look that up. Copy. I'm just gonna open it up in another search page. Base and search. Welcome to the board of the Primogen. You actually didn't collide with anybody, which is how this thing should work. Yeah, you're also by Foreskin 420 Fortnite God, which, yeah, that is just such a beautiful Twitch name. That should be put in a museum. It belongs in a museum. That's such a great Twitch name. Dubs! Just subs! That's a single channel audio processing, so I might have to buy 2. I'll check it out. Because if it's just me and a buddy, like... But the thing is, like, the other channels would include, like, the game PC, and then, wait, we can watch this name go in. It would be the game PC, and then the, my mic. My mic, game PC, computer audio from the stream PC, which could include Discord. Discord mixing is such a fucking joke. I hate Discord mixing. And I watch a couple streamers who do... Who dat? JK4. Thank you for raiding with a party of 5. I am just freaking raging out about Discord mixing. There's some streamers that I watch that are reliant on mixing in Discord audio, and it is absolutely a nightmare. I hate Discord mixing and I hate OBS sound handling. I know, I want to get away from those. But the problem is, like, Discord, they just need to give us more control over gain. But the problem is I've had the streamer go, I'm not doing anything because it sounds fine on my end. It's like it sounds fine on your headphones, but on my speakers everybody is silent. And then there's the one guy who has like 500% audio boost on them because they actually listen to their own voice through their mic setup. Yeah, if you gift a sub, as example, oh god. So as per the example that's directly next to Dubs, if you gift a sub to someone, that someone goes up on the board. Twitch, in its infinite wisdom, filters these names. Monitoring your mic for just normal PC usage is weird as fuck. Yeah, but that's why the AT2020 Plus has its own its own mix like audio channel. So if you have trouble in your setup and you're using a separate, yeah, you don't have to type the name into chat. If you're using a separate microphone, like a microphone on a stand, I use a lapel because I move around a lot. If you're using a microphone on a stand, which is standard procedure, the AT2020 Plus has its own little driver in it, and you can plug your headphones into that. So you can actually do that mix, and it has no delay. So you can actually hear yourself. It's useful for figuring out where you should put your face, and where like if you're talking to somebody, you can know that you are in the good spot of the mic, because people will complain, like streamers will complain, like my mic is fine, my setup is fine, you guys are dumb, whereas they're out of the sweet spot of the mic, and so you can't hear them. Yeah, most audio interfaces have zero latency monitoring. That's an important thing. But then you get streamers who are like, I'm popular and I know everything and blah 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 blah, and then they have super terrible audio whenever they go to anything else. And the problem is there are so many different steps in audio that you might not be looking at all of them along the way before it gets to Discord. There might be something going on in Discord. And so there's a Ear Trumpet is an app for Windows 10 that breaks out all of your audio devices. You can have 60 freaking devices and send your audio every which way. There's all kinds of things you can do for it, but it's so complicated. But yeah, what my interest in looking at like a podcaster interface or something like that is so that I can have these filters that aren't driven by VSTs attached to OBS, so that I can route my audio in different places. My Go XLR does it for me. It's nice. Yeah, I've said the people who have Go XLRs who get into Discord stuff, like I don't want to talk about any individual person. I have a particular person in mind. There's a couple that have Go XLRs. The ones that have the Go XLR are able to actually get audio into Discord pretty nicely. But then, there are others who just use normal microphones and they sound like they're 500 miles away. It's crazy. And if you don't have the compressor on it, and if you don't have the EQ filter on it, you will hear the dog barking in the next room. Whereas with my lapel, somebody could come in and talk to me and you guys would barely be able to hear them. Audio's crazy. It's complicated. It takes work. Yeah. I'm not talking about the Primeagen. I have a Go XLR. It isn't great, but it's a great initial setup at some point. I want to get a real setup. I want to figure out how to bridge that gap between what I got going and the cool part about the Go XLR is you can do funny voices. You can do funny voice bit. Haha, funny voice bit. You guys know funny voice bit where you do a funny voice and everybody goes haha. You can also do the walking away from the mic bit, which is always nice. Headphone amp? Oh man, I know too much about headphone amps. The shit audio makes a good headphone amp. So we're not gonna find goddamn anything on this screen. I suspected as much. Nothing to be said for the screen, huh? Oh wait, we didn't search this yet. TIFT. TFT1P1658. Let's look it up. TFT, it's Dynamite. Team Fight Tactics. Aha, I knew it. 1P1, and this is where Google loses it. I have a Motu M2 Fathead. Oh, I've heard about the Fathead, yeah. To an Electrovoice RE20. If you guys are wondering, my specific audio setup, it is a Tram TR50, like theater, not theater, like movie quality lapel mic. It's given to me by a buddy of mine in New York who does like professional audio stuff, and he tried the Tram out and he was like, I don't like it. So he's like, I call him up, I'm like, hey man, what's like a good lapel mic? He's like, I got a couple sitting around I could send to you. Like, what? And so he just like sends this to, he's like, yeah, I'll call a guy at the shop and have him send it over to you. So he sends me this Tram TR50. It's like a $300 mic. I was like, holy fucking shit. So I'm like, what do I do with this thing, right? How do I use it? It doesn't just plug into XLR because it's a Electret microphone. It's like a little piezoelectric microphone, right? It's the same thing in all your headsets and stuff, right? It's just a good quality one. How do I hook that up though? So I had to look up stuff on the microphone and figure out exactly what the plugs do and how to get them all connected. I actually found a website from a German guy that does recordings of nature audio 1-for-1. This is what I love, 1-for-1. All the information that's going into this mic, I want out the other end. So 1-for-1, and what he had was a circuit for hooking up an Electret mic to a powered microphone cable. And it's like, well, why do you want a cable, a bother? You're moving around a lot. Why not have some kind of a unit that can eat up batteries and then get stupid and that can get interference from the stuff you're doing, or you could walk out of the shop with it on and go to the bathroom with it because you forgot to mute it. Why don't you want one of those? I get asked that a lot more than I think I should. I am on a cabled mic so that I don't fucking go to the bathroom with this fucking thing on. I don't have to worry about batteries. Sometimes the connection gets a little weird because I built it myself. But other than that, you know, I get good quality audio out of the thing. I get like good mic audio out of the thing. But that's not why I get good microphone, amazing quality audio out of it. If you guys notice, I use some dodgy stuff around here. I'm using Logitech webcams, which every streamer who has a face cam seems to have sworn off. Like, oh, Logitech, nah, I'll just get some DSLR that's going to handle all the settings for me. Well, let's break that one down too in a minute. It turns out if you get into the Logitech settings and you properly configure them, you get really good video. Logitech Brio is just because somebody sent that to me. I didn't pay for this. I don't even want it here. No, it's actually good because the Brio has a better grip. But C920, right here, that's what you're looking at me through, right? You can get really good audio out of it, or audio. You can't get good audio out of it. You can get really good video out of it. All the stuff around here, the thing about it is I get good quality out of this stuff because I've gotten into it and I've learned how to use it and all the little bits and bobs of it. This theater mic, you would be able to hear me do this, right? You'd be able to hear when I do that with my beard because I know because I've recorded it. I'm plugged into a Focusrite 2i2. Again, that's just the thing that receives the audio and gives the power back. Yeah, that's exactly it. I flood it with light too. I've got a lot of light around here. That's just part of being on stage, I guess. Okay. Yeah. 1-to-1 audio amplifier, right? And it's a couple of beard scratching asthma videos. Is that the new meta? Yeah. If I put beard oil in, you won't be able to hear anything. So the amplifier is a really 1-to-1 kind of setup. The Electret mic is pretty high quality. I don't know if that's super necessary. The part that really does it, hey, Muhalo. Okay, the part that really does it is the work that I put in getting the equalizer. Okay, I gotta click this without triggering it. And the compressor. These two pieces right here are specifically tuned to give me exactly the audio that I want. So when I'm quieter, it'll boost me a little bit. When I'm loud, it'll hold me back a little bit. And then it's got a shoulder here so that when I'm quiet, it's quiet. That's it. I use a $15 HDMI capture card with a near $1,000 Marshall CV365 camera. Jeez. I mean, you know, hey, Twitch isn't sending 4K yet, so that's fine. All right, Muhalo, we got 24 months on you. Let's put you up on the board. 24 burnings later, will I ever learn? I hope not. Or wait, I hope you learn stuff by watching the channel, but I hope you never learn about getting burnt. That's actually not stormy out. That's nice. Muhalo, putting you up on the board. I need to do more games. I'm starting to think about games that I want to play. My friends wanted to do the new Warhammer, but I don't trust them on stream yet until I get my setup fully vetted. The 2-computer setup is maybe not worth it for streaming. Maybe I want to move all my settings over to the other computer, but getting the audio to it is annoying. Muhalo, welcome to the board. You're by name 201, Wargrammer Tangent, Burn the Elderly. That's a weird one. How often do people ask how much the You're At Here spot is? Almost enough that I want to take the sticker off. It's like every stream. But it's a baiting question. I mean, it's my fault. Expect the cameras for a job the company ended up not using them for, so they let me borrow one. And then they went bankrupt. That's great. That's how I get some of my stuff. You should challenge your friends to Project Cars 2 on the wheel. I saw you were streaming that recently, Groovy. I saw you was streaming that. I don't think I have it. I know a streamer that it's a 2PC stream. Yeah, I know. It's popular with some people, but I don't, the audio mixing scares me. TFTI 1P1. Okay, so this is 1658 SWE. TFT1 P1. TFT1 P1. 1P1 658. I'll put the full thing in there for that. Yeah, it's nothing. It's always nothing. Just gotta get your analog audio check if it's in line and out. No, see, here's the thing is like this yeah, the sync. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, analog audio in, check. What? Just gotta get your analog audio in, check. It's a line in out situation with 2 PCs and maybe even MIDI time clock sync. I don't know what that means. I know there's like a MIDI sync that you could do, but OBS has like an audio timing delay that you can put into stuff. It's still bad with the all right. Okay. I don't know. We're not going to find much else on these chips. I mean, we've completely obliterated this device, right? This device is completely and utterly broken into component parts. We can, I guess, try to get it like bench running just to see it all work together. Look, if I'm talking about gear, mentioning Sushi Dragon is just completely... it's not... He always comes up in these discussions, and it's like, look, his entire setup is that it's completely over the top. You can't even approach that. It's not even worth mentioning because it's so ridiculous. All right, I don't need spray alcohol for any of this. So yeah, I don't think there's much of a chance that we're going to resurrect a lot of this device. I think this thing is kind of kaput. It's unfortunate because I hate having to trash something as nice as this. We'll see what it does when we power it up open. Also want to see if I can get this out of here. But I also have to make sure that I have a little bit of insulin in my system because my system currently hates me. I'm going to give just like a tiny bolus. Just to get a little bit of elevated insulin in my system. That's what I've been doing for the past couple days. That's been what's basically keeping me from going to the hospital. Man, this is such a cool piece. Really shame about it. The 922 is the one that's all glitchy on me. The 920s are actually nice. I don't know. This has no evidence of fasteners. Now here's the fascinating thing about it. There's a possibility that I can take off this metal backing piece because this is a strain relief for the cable, and I think that might reveal a fastener that holds the knob on. I think. So let's take a look at that. Let's see if we can get behind this. Yeah, like, I'm happy to be compared to all these big streamers, but man, I am Bush League. I am Bush League. If you guys think I deserve more viewers, then go tell your friends. That's all I can say about that. Well, that don't bother guy should have 6,000 viewers. Well, you guys are the ones that make that happen, not really me. This looks like I'm prying it off. Tubbs, he said insulin right as I was administering some myself. I'm starting to think most of my viewers are just sympathetic diabetics who are like, I'll watch this channel even though it's boring. We'll advertise to all the friends we don't have. Hey, advertise the friends you have. Keep in touch with your friends. Don't let them fall by the wayside, you know? Check up with people. The question is, do I take the plastic backing off? Will that reveal more? I'll show you what I look at, what I'm looking at. How do volume knobs work? There's material printed on a board. When you twist the knob, a wiper goes across that. There's a resistance to that. The more resistance, the less volume. Sometimes you have things that can alter the resistance digitally. Or do it through, yeah, either there's more complicated ways of doing that, but there's a variety of different ways, I should say. And check your clock, Celia. This is a totally normal time for me. So this is an encoder, first off, because we got a variety of different pins sitting here. I don't see any way to release it from the panel from here, right? So my assumption is that there's a threaded front piece on it. We have an aluminum knob. We have an aluminum knob, and I don't see a single fastener going into this thing. Sometimes you'll see like a hole from the side. So my thought is, yeah, that it just pulls off from the front just with pressure. I'm not strong enough to do that. My other thought, binary or gray code. Well, if I peel this off, we might find out. They're usually gray code, right? Or have we gone mostly binary by now? Gray code is a way to encode binary that you can do on an encoder nice and easily. It has a logical progression. You could chart the number of amps that are drawn on a sensitive enough thing that uses gray code, and it would go in a logical order. All right, so I don't think that the backing is coming off. I think this is a pry from the front. Yeah, this is a really nice encoder. Lone Star was saying, like, this is nice. And I think partially it has to do with the inertia of the big aluminum thing, but yeah. Hex would be cool with an encoder. I have a thing where you punch in hex and it comes out of the other end. But yeah, encoders are kind of interesting if you look into them. The different schema that there are in order to figure out what the encoder's doing, as well as just how they work. Because they're very much like a mechanical engineering kind of thing that was drawn into the... Drawn into the... Which one of you? Which one of you did that? Which one of you is keeping me from my stuff? All right. Yeah, they're very cool because they're like a mechanical and electrical thing at the same time, right? All right, Spudger. Well, maybe a guitar pick. I have a feeling a guitar pick will break before it betrays its brethren. It really feels like this thing is held on by something else. I'm trying to use plastic on it. I have other spudgers. I don't know where they went. The large ones. They're down here. I could have sworn I put them nearby so I could find them. Just my little metal spudger. My little PogChamp. Well, I guess they're not there. All right. All right, let's see. Rev 7. We already know one of the boards on this thing was copyright 2011. Robert E630, thank you for following. And Empowerlin. Yeah, I wish there was an Allen screw on this thing, because that would be the easy one to go for. This thing isn't moving at all, though. That's why I'm like wondering if I need to go into this backing, pop it off, and see if there's a fastener on it. Yeah. I'll leave the bets up to the mods. Ooh, that's a crunchy corner. This is not giving way at all. It feels like there's something else holding it. Are there encoders which clip in from the front with latches on the back from the front? Man, I don't know. No, there's no clips on the back. There's no undoing from the back here. I have a feeling it's a screw post on the other side. Can't really get a nail in there, so I don't know. Ow. Damn it. I'm going to try another guitar pick. More guitar picks. I still want to get this thing all together on the desk and power it up. Okay, fine. Not that guitar pick. Apparently a different guitar pick is going to be the one that we're going to use. Messina, thank you for following. Musino AB. Okay, so now I'm in this situation where I got two guitar picks sticking out of an encoder knob. Come on, man. Give you a little leeway here. Just start to pop off, please. This is like my channel. It just won't pop off. Is that more of a gap than there was before? It kind of seems like there's more of a gap than there was before. It kind of seems like I'm winning this. I would like to think. But without damaging this thing, I'm actually, making some leeway. Ow! Man, I can't peel it. Can I use these? These are like weird pry devices that I've kind of just kept in my list of stuff, my storage of weird things. Prying towards my face is probably not a great idea, huh? There's like a little tiny gap here, but I'm like, it's such a nice thing that I don't really want to damage. Let's put on with green Loctite. I'm starting to think. If I use metal on it, I'm gonna get it all crunchy. So I don't want to use metal on it. I don't have many other tools that do this job, though. Leeway is the sideways drift of a ship to leeward, away from the wind. Yeah, leeward and windward. From Old English, helo, shelter plus way. Earliest documented use, 1669. Oates memorized that, and he did not look that up somewhere. Port is the port-facing side of the ship. Starboard is the one that faces the stars. And the starboard used to be the rudder, right? Use the same stuff that's holding the heatsink on. That's some stout stuff. Come on, you little prick. What the fuck? If I put this into a soft jaw and then pull up on it, I can find out that there's a fastener by breaking everything. There we go. Number 11. So apparently this encoder knob goes up to 11. Geez, that was just friction fit. Just a nice knob. I kind of want to put this on my 3D printer unless Lone Star wants it back. The encoder's a good feel to it, though. 11. Everyone who had glue and stuff say sorry. Yeah, it's literally just a friction fit. It's just a very tight friction fit. Holy crap. What an encoder. It doesn't press in or anything, but that is a nice encoder. Let's find out who made this, because it's got like a little bit of resistance to it, which is nice. Is that a 14? No, that's smaller. So I have very thin walls around this thing. So very thin walls around this thing. Let's try to find a tool. What did I do with them? I put them away. Let's find a socket for this thing. Sockets are going to be too thick. Yeah, too thick. Too thick. Too much of a sickness for the thickness on these things. That ain't going to work. Problem is, if I try to remove it with anything else, I might chew it up. Ow, that really hurts. Man, I need to moisturize. Shit. Ooh, I barely got a grip right there. I managed to do without scratching it. Hey. They really could have left a little bit more space. Just a little bit more space for a socket. That would have been nice. Yeah, that part of my finger's starting to hurt. Starting to hurt. We'll get there. We'll get there. All right, so who makes this thing? Because this is a friggin' nice encoder. Like, whoever machined this, like, hats off. This is really nice work. All right. Hey, I don't mind AVE. I like AVE. I'm not really allowed to watch AVE, because then I'll take on all of his mannerisms. It's a slippery slope. It'd be pretty funny if the only thing that's salvaged from this is the aluminum knob that you throw on your printer. Yeah, and watch it like barely fit and like rattle around. It sucks. It's such a specialized thing. This isn't my ERPG. HRPG-ASCA, number 11. I guess that explains that. C. 1904. Oh, look at that. They're numbered. Number 11. Oops. Number 11. A, B, C, or D. C. Broadcom. Avago. No image available. You bastards. Miniature panel mount optical encoder. Yeah, a little message to you guys, like, please stop backseating me, man. I know you know what you're talking about, but stop backseating. We're discovering this all together. My Heroic RPG uses optical reflective technology, providing accuracy and reliability to the encoder. So it's basically, we're not dealing with a strip of resistive material that wipers are contacting, which is really good for this kind of thing. Yeah, that's the next step, is finding a price. Oh yeah, Hungarian role-playing game. Wait, is that? That's not Hungarian, is it? Are there any Hungarian role-playing games? But this is really good. This is really good for an encoder that you want to last a long time. It has a really good feel to it. It's got a nice oily kind of resistance to it. And there's no contact between the stuff, which means that it'll work for a very long time. I've had friends who have taken joysticks to me who have just said, no, they didn't say that. They actually said that things weren't working reliably. And so what they've had to do is take apart the joystick. I'm swallowing like burps. Take apart the joystick and you know, replace the potentiometers in it. Yeah, they called me up and they went bleh, and then they hung up. No, so the thing about it is, like with mechanical devices, you're going to get wear and tear. Typically, wear and tear takes the form of grease finding its way out of your device and then seizing up. And that shouldn't happen within the first 100 billion years of the thing existing. However, in the persistence of electronics designs, you're going to get materials that rub against one another in order to operate properly. And so having materials rub up against one another means that eventually one's going to machine the other away. I've had mice that have had that happen to their, like the center click. It was a SteelSeries mouse. The center click button was up against the rotary part of the center click, and they machined each other out. So where when I clicked the center button, it would click 50,000 times. It was opening up 600 different tabs. So that's the sort of thing that you got to worry about in electronics. Like solid state electronics are beautiful because they last absolutely forever. This will eventually seize, but it isn't actually in contact in terms of the resistive material. So your encoder, and also encoders sometimes involve multiple wipers that will hit like a track that will change a 1 to a 0 and stuff like that. But this is an LED, like a reflective LED technology, which is really good. So let's see if we can find the Hungarian RPG on DigiKey. Beep, boop, beep. $27 a piece. We'd have to order $150 for a low price of $4,000. Series is from the Hungarian RPGs. Sensor selector, blah, 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 blah. No data sheet? Sensor selector, development tool, industrial automation product. Yeah, no data sheet. That's neat. This wouldn't even come up in a search. Video engineers are really opinionated when it comes to anything we have to physically touch. Yeah. All right, guys, stop sending me links for it and everything. I'll find it. HTML data sheet. Oh, I missed that. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay. Yeah, so these are pretty expensive, huh? Here's this joke. Combat and Magic. Oh, it's okay. I missed that. I missed that. Sorry. Sell only one. $44. That's for number 19. So yeah, these aren't all created the same. HP Agilent front panel knob. $100. Looks very much like what we have. It with the same connector on the end too, which is a 2 different pieces of plastic kind of connector. Looks very similar. Got to take off for thanks for looking at this thing. Yeah, we got to figure out what the aftermath of this thing is, because there's no chance in hell that I'm going to be able to repair this. This thing is dead. The knob doesn't look as nice. What on this one? This $275. Gigatronics. Yeah, that makes sense. It's Gigatronics. Yeah, the sold listings will tell you. But I mean, this assembly looks like something that manufacturers buy, and they put their own metal knob on the end of it. Not just Mega, it's Giga 400. Ah! You put the name Agilent on it, and it's $439. Holy crap. And it's crusty. You want this crusty Agilent knob that looks like your smoking uncle's Nintendo? That'll be $439. Yeah, these are fashionable, it seems. Although, to be fair, these shouldn't be failing ever. Here's the $30 one, Broadcom. That's a number 16. I don't know what the hell that means, but yeah, the number 16, I think it's probably the length of the rod. So if you're a size queen, you know, like they sold the Radio Shack ones had like huge amounts of knob on them, and you were responsible for cutting it somehow. The crustier the knob, the more expensive, yeah. So if you're willing to machine a little bit off of this thing or spend some quality time with a file, you could make it into a number 11. But yeah, it's a nice one. I mean, it should be no contact, but I'm certainly not going to design anything to use one of these. I just sent it back to Lone Star because he likes it. As a patina. Hi, Pagan. Thank you for following. Oh, no, I got Musino. I said thanks. I said thanks. So yeah, $30 for a knob. That's utterly ridiculous. There's a number 16. Bah. Okay. I'm still recovering from being up till 5 a.m. the other day. This feels like a raid is about to happen. I'm getting a couple follows. Solid 710, Tigress. Thank you guys for the follows. I appreciate those. I really do. Mr. Backbuff. What the? I can't read that. Anyway, yeah, this rotary encoder is expensive. But, I mean, these would be fleeced. Let's look at the sold listings, right? Show only sold items. See, this is where the smart money is. This is where you find out what you really should be paying for the thing that you buy. This is something that you absolutely 100% would never see on Amazon, because Amazon used to let you search by review, and then you'd find one with a large number of reviews that was up at the 5 stars, and then you'd find really good products. They decided that they would aim straight down the sights, and their foot was on the other end, and they went, and then their foot went, and they completely, and they'll just admit to it, they just ruined the search by by best reviews rankings. They just got rid of it, which really is frustrating. You can use third-party sites to get that back, but yeah, anyway, so the Agilent Herd knob, $40, $35, $11. So yeah, if you want a really good rotary encoder knob on your device that's not going to wear away, $40. If I was making a piece of musical equipment, which, I will neither confirm nor deny, if I was making, I'm going to waggle my finger a lot. If I was making a piece of audio equipment, I would probably want to use one of these because this is nice. The feedback is, there's no feedback on it. It's a smooth rotation, which is a little bit of a bad thing. But I mean, it's a good knob. So I probably use that. It has an expensive feel. And if you could put aluminum knobs on it, then better for it. I wouldn't buy the one with the Agilent knob on it. That's really crusty. 2021? Somebody was repairing their device. Yeah, it's pretty cool. eBay has also ruined the search by price, allowing sellers to create single listings for multiple products with huge price differences. That's what that is. So let's just add one cheap one to rank first. Yeah, I miss browsing eBay for specifically broken stuff. Because there's a couple things that I got on eBay that were broken that I've really made away like a bandit with. And one of them is my floor fan, which is one of them Dyson fans. All right, so I don't have time today to fully reassemble it. Well, can we wang this thing together fast enough that I could potentially give it a test, open bench? I don't know if I have time for that. All right, let me just get stuff into place and see if we can partially reassemble this thing and get it up and running again. My friends can wait. I told them when I'd be ending, but they're not priority over you guys. You're more important to me, chat. How are we gonna plug this in? I can pop it out of the panel. I mean, I need to get power into the damn thing. It was great for the used market, and they're really trying to kick that to the curb. I know, like, wow. I don't want to buy, like, these crappy white products for everything I buy. I don't want it to be a crappy white product. White label product, I should say. Not a crappy white guy product. I'm sick of these crappy white guy products. No, like, white label products, man, they're fucking ruining everything. Used to be able to buy stuff from, like, reputable, like, brands that actually meant something. I don't know, bit of an old man yells at cloud here, but old man yells at clout. All right, let's see if I can get this nut off. Get my nut off, chat. Oh, that's why that part of my finger hurts. That part of my finger hurts because it's the part that I drag against the screwdriver when I'm unscrewing stuff. We've had a couple high torque situations here where I've dragged that part of my finger over the business end of a knurled screwdriver handle. Ow. Yeah, so right there, I got a bruise. I got a bruise right here, right where that happens. That's right. That's how much more of a gamer I am than you. This is, I mean, everything about this panel was really nicely designed. Everything in here, very, very nicely built. All right, so what's the deal with this? How do I get this thing out of here? 2 tabs on the bottom. Oh, thank goodness. God damn it. These are like the hardest ones to get up. Two very large tabs at the bottom of this thing. The tab on the top is fixed, so it's going to tilt out if I can just get to them. How am I going to do that? Curved swords. Curved forceps, maybe? Tighter sifting of pages, the craft literally maybe find one quality item out of the hundreds of duplicate products with obscure off-brand names. Yeah, that's how it is. I mean, even now, like that, the reputable brand might be manufactured in the exact same way. It's just, ugh. Can't do much about it. That's the global market these days. That's what they're doing. All right, you bastard. Come on. I'm sure this thing installs nice and clean, but man, does it not uninstall. It's one of those that you're not really gonna go around uninstalling this thing. Got 2 tabs that I gotta bend up on the bottom of this thing. Yeah, one of the things is, like, if you're adamant about getting a product on Amazon, from Amazon, you can go to that seller's page, or their specific website, buy it directly from them. But I haven't found too many places where I want to do that, because the stuff I buy is so obscure, you know? All right, so this connector into this connector, or not. Oh, whoops. Flip that around. The power supply connector goes to the power supply connector. The other power supply connector goes to the power supply connector. Eventually, there you go. No? Okay, why are you fighting me? Why are you running? There you go. The AC connector goes to the AC plug. And that's the way she goes. Move these out of the way. The OLED screen goes to the OLED header. Around the bend. around the bend. There we go. Nope. Why can't I plug this in? There we go. We'll let it swing in the breeze. It goes over here. And this thing plugs into the giant header for the encoder, which seems backwards, but I guess that's the right way. Nope. Maybe this way. Oh yeah, that's much better. Okay. There's that. And we got a bunch of flat cables here that need to plug in. Well, actually, just the two. I'm wondering if these, I think these are the short ones. I got two long ones and two short ones. I gotta lean over the camera, sorry. Two short ones here, and then I think that's all we need to plug into it to test it. Last time I bought directly from the vendor's website like that, it was shipped by Amazon anyway. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, buying directly from the website is less, it's super uncommon with electronics. What I love doing is taking an electronics thing and looking it up and finding out that they have free samples. Because they'll just give free samples out to just about anyone. I don't know, sometimes you can make up a company. I sometimes call myself the king of the world. Which actually, the king of the internet, or the king of the world, Maddox, he partnered the same day that I did with Twitch. He has, if you ever want to know what a cursed stream looks like, check out Maddox. Man, whew, that boy does some 3D stuff. And then he gets on Twitch and things get weird. Worth Electronics? Yeah, Worth is great. Oh, Bother LLC. I don't know if that's a real place or not. Yeah, he does a lot of like we call it avatar-y kind of stuff. I'm not convinced that I want to check out Maddox this time. It's come and gone. He keeps his political stuff to YouTube, and he pretty much does everything else on Twitch. And by everything else, I mean he does a completely cursed stream. It's amazing. It's so cursed. He does a like a VTuber kind of thing, but he's a banana or he's a cowboy. It's kind of amazing. It has nothing to do with politics for the most part. New old stock, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously no politics here, but at the same time, the politics of copying designs is something that we can't ignore. We cannot ignore that. And so we don't. We can say that it pisses us off. Like, I mean, there's no, like, man, I don't think anybody disagrees with that. I really honestly don't. It's hard pressed to find somebody that disagrees with it. Maybe there's somebody who wants to just be like the counter voice who says, well, you like cheap products, don't you? And it's like, well, I kind of don't. I'd rather buy stuff that's a little bit more expensive, that's like these amazing knobs on this thing. Anyway, politics is so vague right now, you can say anything and people will cry politics. Well, that's not totally true, but that's not totally true. That's not totally true. I don't like that politics on here. Laughs in Dorman quality replacement automobile parts. I got schooled on that kind of stuff recently, shorts. By that I mean short lurker. Friends of mine were giving me the rundown about OEM versus OE versus third party. It all depends on what you're fixing, really. But if you want to keep your car at least up to super duper snuff, not super snuff like a really horrible film, but like if you want to keep your car working like really well, apparently it's OE, original equipment, instead of OEM, which is original equipment manufacturer. That just means the manufacturer cut some corners and remanufactured whatever the part is. Whereas OE is like original up to standard equipment for that car. God damn it. Okay, hold on. Look out, power supply. There's a lot of technology in a very small space in here. At least be able to see the front panel light up and everything. We're not going to be able to see the screen turn on, or I mean, I don't know, maybe the little heat treating that I did with the processor got it back to life, but I highly doubt that. I really highly doubt that. Fuck. I just put the lock down on that thing and then it popped right back out. You have 1990 anything, 1999 anything GM, you're better off with China bolt-ons. Man, I don't know anything about that, but I guess I should just use the long cables here if they're the same number of pins. I guess they're getting all of their LED power through these. I would have put like a Molex on it or something. But hey, I'm not the one making the decisions, you know? They're the ones that built this. They probably know way better than me. Like, hey, we need like a lot of current, so we're just going to use multiple lines off of this cable. Oh, see, it relocked itself when I was pressing this thing in here. These flat connectors really enable your design to become like streamlined and like efficient and cost effective in bulk. But man, do they annoy the end user when they have to mess with them. Which, you know, you're designing your thing so that it never does, but still. I wonder if this piece of tape was like a safety regulation, trying to keep this away from the power supply. All right, so this is the minimal amount of stuff that we need to plug in order to get this thing up and running. Up and running is, of course, a sliding scale in this case. Up and running is that the LEDs are going to turn on for a split second. We're going to take a look at any of the LEDs on the board, on the big board, to see if they light up. But beyond that, we're not really going to see much out of this thing. This is what I'm talking about with this heartburn thing. It's the prerequisite to horrible things with diabetes that end me up in the hospital. I'm getting it now because I'm sort of out of the woods. I'm like a day and a half out from having terrible stuff happen. You want to see sparks. It's only going to happen if my hand slips. And like I connect something weird to this power. This is the danger zone right here. This is the big danger zone, right? Everything else is low voltage. I don't know what voltage this is operating off of. I could probably just get my bench supply to do that, but yeah. No, we're not going to see any of that. Sometimes I shoot for Beck Arnley. I've heard of Beck Arnley. They're reputable enough that I've heard of them. A few companies if the price is right and hope inside OE's China. Yeah, anything below 1,000 volts. This is technically low voltage because it's not run off of directly out of the power company. This doesn't go to the lines, so it's low voltage. Look at all them lights. That's all we get. That's all we get is a brief little flash of lights, and then everything's dead. Chips are getting warmer than ambient. Oh, there's a red LED on right here. That's probably indicative of something. Gotta wonder what that means. The red LED that's on right there. What about these status lights? It kind of looks like... No, it doesn't look like any of them are on. I thought DB2 was on, but it's definitely not. Oh no, DB5. I don't know if that's the shit's fucked LED or if it means something's going on. What's interesting is that they've got all these indicator LEDs like dispersed throughout their board, and they don't tell us what a goddamn single one of them does. This is akin to Apple, where they've got all these wonderful diagnostic tools, but they don't tell anybody what they do. Got all the LEDs for the front panel over there. It's just that one red LED. That's probably a power OK light. Who dat right there? Heating up like ridiculous. This guy. This chip right here. It's not the coil, it's the chip. Not hot enough to burn flesh. Not hot enough to render flesh into goo. But, yeah, it's getting a little warm. We got like an HDMI chip over here. Whoa! Wait a minute. Wait, do that again. No? Huh. Did you guys see what happened there? Like, I had LEDs light up when I pressed on that. And I could have just connected something that shouldn't have been connected, but... Oh, white light flashing. We don't know what that means. Certainly probably means something. When I poked that HDMI chip, it well, whatever's behind the HDMI plugs over there, I got some flashes from the front panel. Whatever this thing is doing in its boot up sequence right now, we're at the point where the white LED is flashing, and I don't know what that means. I don't have a good way to know what the, you know, obviously they're not going to publish any of their internal stuff about how this thing works. They probably have the wherewithal to repair this, but they don't care because they're done updating this design. So why take a look at how they work, right? Yeah. Why is there a countdown? What? Whoa, whoa, whoa. This almost came on. What's going on there? All these LEDs are flickering when I move the knob. It could just be a bad connection on my part. Yeah, it could just be badly connected. Yeah, it probably is a bad connection. Yeah, that one doesn't look all the way plugged in. I can't really get in there because I'm afraid of that heatsink. All right, no more flashing. No more blinking on the front. Red LED is still on. That might just be a power LED. That thing is toast. Let's unplug it for a minute. See if I can reboot it. So as far as I know, I mean, maybe that's just a power okay status. And then we got status lights over here. We have absolutely no clue what they do. They are flashing. They are doing stuff. We don't know what it means. Let me move this cable out of the way so we can see it. There's not a whole hell of a lot of diagnostic I can do to this thing because it's not like we have any sort of internal documentation about what it does or what we should see when this thing boots up. I mean, we got the screen lighting up. Got a couple LEDs over here. Looks like that's not an OLED. It looks like it's just an LED screen. Red light, green light, nothing else. Thermally, obviously, nothing is like cascading away. This is getting a little warm. I don't know how much it cares about what fans are plugged into it. Oh, we got a little, when I move the knob around, I got the, oh. Whoop. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Nah. I don't have any resources for getting a replacement screen. There's no real response from the unit. I guess you can get into it with like USB or something like that. Plugging in a good fan. I need two. I don't really have. But I think we're out of time for today. I think I'm out of time for today. I gotta go. I gotta see a guy about a horse. I don't even know what that means. Uh, if I mess around with the knob, I can get the white LED to blink. Is that good enough? I could plug in a friggin' platter drive. That's good enough. I don't know if you could do this live. Probably can. Yeah, I don't think plugging in a drive is going to suddenly unlock the device. No, man, dude, like... Well, a working unit would have something come up on the screen, which is not happening here. In addition to that, this is a video recorder for 4K. It's like a production piece. Have we looked for firmware flash yet to see whether replacing the big chip is an option? That's not... No, man. That's way... Why do you guys jump to, like... Man. This is like a 6,000 pin BGA. This is beyond my capability to solder unless the replacement chip is... Well, the replacement chip would be bald for me to use. But this is like, man, you got to pick your battles here, right? We don't even know what this chip is. We have absolutely no clue what it is. Getting it out would either involve heating this up to the point where I can pluck it off of the board, or I don't even know. I was hoping that we could get that heatsink off so we could see what it is, right? I mean, our best guess is FPGA. We probably have a little bit of memory sitting around it, but I know. Twitch chat, let me tell you, a 6,000 pin BGA is a roll of the dice with a hot air gun. You know? You got to understand that those balls are so small, and I have to get them all to flow over and make good contact simultaneously. BGAs are notoriously difficult to work with. They can be easier on smaller chips that have fewer balls. But with a large... Look at that. I'm getting multiple different... little feedback things that I'm getting here. You get like different things lighting up. It's just a shame that the screen won't do anything. I don't know. The unit is like in a weird zombie kind of state. You know, we're not going to be able to replace the main chip on it. That's ridiculous. By the time you got done paying my salary for doing this, Jesus Christ, you might as well just buy a new one. This is all sacrificial technology. I mean, none of this stuff was ever going to survive. I didn't want to be destructive with it, but this thing is toast. The main chip on it is gone. Easy or not, it's worth trying. I'm not going to source whatever the hell that is. I don't know what that is. Who's calling me? Oh, jeez. I can't take that call right now. Why did that light up when I hit the table? Somebody called me who is, and if they're calling me and they're watching this at the same time, they are capable of walking into the door and speaking with the people upstairs without freaking everybody out, and they are allowed to do that if they want to. Is that chip? No, that's aligned. I'm just like at the point where I'm poking stuff. Everything on this is dead. It's not worth fixing. This is the problem. Probably overheated. It probably just overheated over time because there was still exhaust air in the unit. So everything over here was probably under a lot of heat stress. And it's just dead. It's just dead. So we just have to live with that. This poor device with its beautifully, I mean, look, call me a weirdo. I'm a sucker for a beautifully machined front panel. This thing is anodized aluminum. It's got a beautiful color to it. It has these wonderful, gorgeous buttons, 2 big drive bays on it. It was a lot of machine operations went into building this thing. It's strong. It's got a nice look to it. It's got a design to it. It had this beautiful encoder. The only part that can really survive this, aside from all the BNC connectors that I could potentially get out of it, is this little guy right here, this $20, $30 encoder. Aside from that, like, what am I going to do with a heatsink? What am I going to do with all of these little chips? I was hoping that these LED chips on this front panel would be a little bit better, but those are more of a thing for like a product, right? Yeah, Apple makes a lot of really nice rack mount stuff too, that has sort of that unity of design and everything. Now, if we had access to Black Magic internal documents, which really sounds like something more severe than it is, if we had access to Black Magic internal documents, we could potentially know what these LEDs are telling us. But they'll never tell us. They'll never tell us that. They will never tell us that. So that's it. That's all we got for this. All right, guys. Boop, over to the face cam. Oh my God, what's happening now? Well, I gotta thank you guys for the raids. Let's see, what do we have? JKIV with a party of 5. Twitch reported 3, I think, which is disingenuous of Twitch to do. But yeah, party of 5 from JKIV. Let's see, what else do we get? The Primogen with a party of 286. Primogen, thank you. I appreciate the raid. I can't. Why did it suddenly? It went all crazy in my brain. Ludricio raided with a party of 7. Thank you so much for that raid, man. Appreciate that. Ludricio has been around this channel for a long time. You guys should check him out. Same with the Primogen. Hey. Although I don't think the Primogen's been around for a long time, but I know Ludricio has. Maybe he has. I don't know. Cosmo Quest X raided with a party of 19. Cosmo Quest X, if you guys are interested in space news, you would be doing yourself a favor to check out that channel. By the way, this knob, I think I'm going to put on my 3D printer. This thing might not be deserving of my 3D printer. This might be a better knob than that. I don't know. I appreciate a good knob. Anybody else? Got a lot of subs. Oh, the Alt F. No, that was 3 days ago. Yeah, that was it for the day. Thank you guys for all the raids. I really appreciate you guys subscribing to my channel, helping me do stuff like this, sending me weird shit. If you guys have something that you want to send in, you really need to think about it hard. Do I want to send this to Obother? Here's the deal. You send me something, it's like throwing it in the garbage, right? You got to talk to me on Discord, and we have to vet it out. Right? So, if you want to send me something, we got to talk on Discord. We got to work that out, and you're paying for it. And then it's basically throwing it out because there's a chance that I'm not going to do anything with it on stream. Theotherlonestar I've known for a long time, and we worked it out. I may send stuff back to him. Octojay is a mod. He sent me in stuff that I fixed and I sent it back. You guys, I'm not going to send stuff back to, you know, because it's expensive, unless you want to pay me for my time. But if you have some interesting piece of electronics, it's going to get thrown out. And a couple people have done this. You send something in, I will take it apart, take a look at it, and see what's inside of it. There's one thing that I didn't do, which is the Gen 2 VR lighthouse. And the reason was that I had to cut it into shreds in order to get it apart. We looked at pictures of it online. And as much as I hate to do that, we also put an infrared filter on this camera and we're able to take a look at the beams that it sent out. Now, I still have that in good shape. I didn't want to do it that injustice by completely destroying it. Yeah, Shorty sent in a couple chips and we were able to remove the top of the chip and then put it onto the microscope and investigate what it was, because it wasn't what it said it was. There's some key differences, if I recall correctly, in the actual substrate of the chip, the silicon of the chip, which is pretty cool. So yeah, oh yeah, and the Amazon buttons. Oh man, I wish we could have done better to reverse engineer those. Those would have been nice as like smart house switches. I could have had one like turn on and off the lights or something like that. But yeah, anyway, that's kind of stuff. That's cool stuff. The Amazon buttons were really fucking cool. Those were really fun to play with. So yeah, stuff like that. If you got something that's obsolete, that's sitting around that you could send in, I'm not begging you to do this. In fact, I don't want you to send anything to me. If you insist, we'll talk about it. That's it. I am begging you to not send me anything. We had a tablet that got sent in that had a cat piss in it, basically, and so I just don't want to deal with that, you know? All right, anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching. Thank you for supporting the channel. It is Friday. I'm the fuck out of here. I'm gonna go. I don't know if I'm gonna get a beer. I don't know if I'm gonna drink tonight. I think I might not. I think I might not drink, but I'm gonna go say hi to people and then eat some food. You guys should eat food too. You're looking a little thin. See you guys later. Actually, wait, should we send you somewhere? Hold on. Send you wildfire smoke? No, thanks. I'm good. I'm good. I don't, you know, I got other reasons to wear a mask. How about bop, 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 bop. Nobody's online. Who is around? Jerma. Jerma's still doing the dollhouse? Jesus Christ. The dollhouse is basically my stream, except that Jerma has to listen to what you guys tell him to do. Go to this curse. I gotta watch that later. Classic Packs, Last Oasis. Is that any good? What is that? Oh, Darkside RP. Okay. Survival with Sark. Oh, man. All right, so Bruce is doing a giveaway. Hades. Oh, Davies is doing My Summer Car. Big surprise, right? It's like Ludricio is one game. Anyway, you guys know what you're doing. We can send a beehive for mead honey. Yeah, okay. I don't know who Bucklington is. No, all right. I'm just gonna freaking void you guys, because like either a lot of people that you probably want to watch are gonna start up in a minute, or I don't know. Man, I don't know. I'm not gonna tell you what to do. I'm not your dad.